we all are there, we'll come.
Are you John?
I am John.
Hello. Hello. Welcome to all. Well, I'm supposed to make a very quick welcome speech, and I'm very happy to do so. I will like. Well, today we have a full day of discussions on CBRN this morning and standardization this afternoon. I would like to speak to say a few words on CBRN. You know that we are. It's one of the main, I would say, research themes that we are considering in our work program. And we are splitting that with different destinations. You know that the security research program is composed of DRS, that is disaster risk, disaster resilience, FCT, which is fight against crime and terrorism, and border management. And CBRN is actually split into these three destinations. We have in DRS issues which are related really to crisis management, cyber threats, and it includes, in fact, all type of threats, but not really looking at criminology and terrorism, which is more the prerogative of the FCT area. So we are actually making a bridge with the FCT area, and border management is also looking at issues related to cyber detection, for example, related to customs. So we need to ensure that indeed our research orientations are consistent to try to avoid duplication and to ensure that indeed the cyber community is not lost in this respect. So we are, as you know, we will be opening the 2022 call in June. There will be some cyber topics. Just look in the CERIS and the FCT particularly. And we are preparing now the work program 2003-2004, which is also oriented towards cyber for the, well, in part for the DRS part. I would like to stress, and certainly Olga will say a few words about this. We have a great expectation for the training, center networking, because we think that it will be a very strong asset for the future validation of tools and technologies, cyber tools and technologies, in those training centers which are active for training, but not necessarily for validation of tools and technologies. So it might have a very strong impact also in the future for not only validating research related tools and technologies, but maybe related also to standardization, because we need to have co-normative research that are demonstrated with real cases. So it might also be done in such entities. So this is my quick introduction, and I would like also simply to say that I'm so happy that this CERIS event took place, and it is thanks to the projects which have contributed and just showed their interest to do it. So it shows also that we are making it, because now actually it's luxury for me. I'm just a facilitator, and I'm listening. And you do the job, which is fantastic, you know, very, very cool. Now, joke apart, you are showing that you are building synergies, which makes that this kind of sessions that like we had yesterday on societal resilience, today on CBRN and standardization, can work thanks to this cooperation among projects. So thank you and congratulations, because this is for us and for the Commission, DG Home in particular, a very, very nice and promising sign. With this, I would like to stop and then give the floor to John for your presentation.
Thank you, Felipe. I'm just going to take a few minutes of your time to explain a little bit of background about CMINE, which is the system that has organised registration and attendance at the event. I can only apologise for the badges. They are eco-friendly, but they do fall off easily, don't they? So I do apologise for that. CMINE is one of those words that keeps getting bandied around, and not everybody is clear on what it is or what it can do to help. So just a couple of minutes to explain, if I may. CMINE was one of the products of the Driver Plus project, which some of you will recall was one of the largest Horizon 2020. Actually, it preceded that. It was an FP7 and an H2020 project that ran 40-odd million euros, so a large project that ran over many years. Its main outputs were a thing called the Trial Guidance Methodology, which you may have come across, the portfolio of solutions, so quite a large database of innovative products that were being pitched into the crisis management environment, and also CMINE, which was a large community that was established for anybody interested in innovation across the complete range. Thank you. Across the complete range of crisis management solutions. So quite a big project and quite a big platform that was launched. Now, you heard yesterday Arthur explaining one of the purposes of the knowledge network was to sustain project outcomes. So at the end of the 2 or 3 year project, the outputs tend to die. CMine is one that didn't die. We were asked whether we would take it on and babysit it for a few years to see whether it could be sustained in the long term. So what we have now, so this is Driver Plus, where it came from. What we have now is a a platform with over 1,200 members, all from research, policy setting, crisis management backgrounds, responder organisations, so quite a wide spread of people. And we took it on there's a small organisation called the Resilience Advisors Network. We took it on merely to make sure it survived and to see whether it was sustainable. I think the outputs are starting to be fairly self-evident that it is. It's trebled in size in the last 18 months since we took it on. The Commission very helpfully funded it for 3 years. We've generated, through embedding it in projects, we've generated a further 4 years life. So from the end of the project, CMine will still be running 7 years later, still doing what it was set up to do, to create a network of practitioners. So kind of a success in terms of sustainability for a project, we like to think. We don't want to own it much longer. We need it to go back into the research sector because it's starting to become limited by the fact that we're a small commercial organisation. That's not always helpful for running a platform like this. So we are desperate to get it owned by somebody in mainstream research, or indeed the Commission itself, find a way for it to grow and become a more embedded part of the knowledge network. So we see ourselves as custodian of a very rapidly growing baby. That's what we are. We gatekeep, we maintain it, we keep it running, and we make sure it has longevity. That's our jobs. Its main role at the moment is to support projects and clusters of projects. That's the main thing it does. So we have currently about 20 different projects using it for a range of things. I'll show you in a moment what it can do for you, but using it for a range of things. But the most exciting one is the way it's being used for clustering. So where you have like-minded projects, we're bringing together groups of them to do simple things like glossaries. You all produce a glossary for your project. And what do you suppose your neighbour in another project's doing? They're creating a glossary, funnily enough. So the more we can bring together just to help you cooperate on some of the real basic fundamental aspects of your project that don't warrant reinvention, then that's CMine doing its work. So the clustering is one of the key areas that we enjoy it doing. What it can actually do, let's have a quick look at the functions. So we've mentioned the projects, 20 plus projects actually using it at the moment. They create groups of themselves, so you'll see them listed. Most of them are private, so they tend to keep the project within the project. So there's a public area, but there's also a private area where your own project members can discuss things amongst themselves. So those groups are there for running. Fact finding, because it's very easy to step in and out of your project group in CMine. 1 minute you're in it in a private environment, next minute you're talking to all 1,200 plus crisis management and civil protection experts. So it's easy to step within your own little niche area into a much broader area. And that's important when you come on to things like promoting events. There's quite a large database of upcoming events. You can run surveys. So if you've got a project that needs to run a survey, there's an embedded tool in it, and it's a bit like SurveyMonkey. It has the same functionality that is available to you to use either within your project or across a broader range. So it's an immediate way of reaching out. I never mentioned this doesn't cost anything. It's free. It's there for you. So I'm not pitching a commercial product here. This is yours, and it's there now and operating, but not necessarily all that well known. Dissemination, if you want to publish your deliverables beyond the Commission portals or beyond your own website, it's a great way of immediately contacting a lot of specialist practitioners. And finally, they're managing events. What we've done here today, and you may not be aware, I'm looking at about 50 plus people in the room, and we have about 300 online at the moment. So please don't judge the popularity of this event by the number of people sitting here. So I think we took register in total for about 480 people in the end for this event. And most of what you saw was automated. So it was registering which bits you wanted to do. It was giving you feedback. It was telling you the links for Zoom and what have you. And you saw a lot of that happening. That is a system embedded within CMIND. So don't go reinventing your conference organisation. The Commission's already paid for it for you. That's nice, isn't it? And it's sat there ready for you to use. So a great functionality and worth having a quick look. So we have a couple of key messages for you just to wind up. When you're creating your network of practitioners, because a lot of projects talk about creating a network, we have a simple message. 9 times out of 10, that network already exists. So you are trying to attract an interest group that already exists and already speaks among itself. Take CBRN as a very simple example. We've seen a number of projects with create practitioners forum for a niche CBRN area. Yeah, guess what? It's already there. And anybody working in the sector knows where those hooks are. So build on existing networks, don't try and invent a new one is a very sensible message. The platforms are there already, so you don't necessarily need to pay your IT departments or your IT partners to create new platforms. CMIND's one of them, but there are others. It's here to stay, so you're not buying into something that just won't be there tomorrow. It's here, as I say, for at least 7 years. And use it for dissemination. The final message, contact us. Hopefully you felt registering for this process, this event to be a fairly friendly activity. When you've had a problem, can I resend my presentation? It's very quickly dealt with and hopefully dealt with a smile on our face. So you should find us easy to deal with. So the final one, of course, is just sign up, have a look, have a think about whether you can embed some of its functionality into your projects. I'll just repeat it one more time. It's a low cost, as in zero, way of disseminating your project outputs and of making sure that it has a sustainability probably beyond anything that your own websites and projects can achieve. So just use it, have a look. Any questions? We're here all day. Come and talk to us, and thank you very much for your support for the event. And lastly, thank you, Felipe, for giving us the opportunity to support the event and help you where we could. Lovely, thank you.
Okay, we'll give time to the Commission to settle down, and then we... It's a great pleasure. I'm Carlos Rojas Palma. I'm with the Belgian Nuclear Research Center. I have the honor to chair this session. I have the honor to sit next to Olga and others. The last time we saw each other, we were all wearing masks, and it was very awkward. But that was actually the transition from being to now completely free and hopefully still healthy. We have a great set of projects that we started collaborating with the Transtan project ended or was ending, and we decided that was completely out of the blue. We decided to share things and to start collaborating with each other. Philippe was very happy about that, and he still is. So when we started planning this session, we invited a number of projects to show you what you're doing, but also to show you that we are creating bridges between the 6 of us. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Olga to present e-notice, the state of the art.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. I cannot express how happy I am to see everybody again face to face, indeed without masks, and welcome you all in this sunny Brussels. We have a weather like in Rome this time. Could be much worse, believe me, but we are really lucky to be here and to see everybody again. So my name is Olga Vybornova. I work here in Belgium in the Center for Applied Molecular Technologies together with Professor Jean-Luc Gallat, who is also here present. And we are coordinating the Inotis project, which aims to build the European network of CBRN training centers. Huh? Okay. Yes, that's me. Okay. No. Still not there. Yes. Oh. Why is... Okay, super. Thank you, Francois. So, in this project, when we are striving to build the network of European training centers, we have, first of all, we have mapped the existing training capacities which are now available in the European Union. We found them 202, and 50 of them decided to join the network. Not all of them, because it's not a secret, not all training centers are immediately asking to join some European initiative. Some of them are pretty happy with what they have nationally, some are careful, they are waiting for our results, they are looking if it will have any added value or whatever. But some already joined us at a later stage, not joining at first, but joining later and saying, okay, now we are convinced it seems to be useful for us. So currently we have 50 training centers in the network, and all of them can be found on the Inotis catalog on the website of the project, in the catalog of training centers, and you can see there all information about these training centers, their location, their capacity, their training capability, all about it. We assign so-called capacity label to all the training centers, okay, at least those who gave us sufficient information for that, having filled a very detailed questionnaire about their capabilities, so we know everything about their infrastructure, discipline where they are training. Is it mainly for chemical or biological or radiological training, or maybe multidisciplinary approach? So what kind of trainees they accept? Is it civilian or military or both? Or, so, okay, all these kind of things, all this information is available in the catalog. No, not yet. And how to switch back? No. I am really bad with this. Okay, so back to this. Among these 50 training centers in the catalog, there are mainly, of course, training centers from the European Union, but there, you may discover a few training centers which are, no, not again. How do I bounce back? Eh? Yes, like this. Okay. So some training centers are outside European Union because we have a collaboration with, at that time it was DG DevCo and the European CBRN Centers of Excellence initiative. So training centers which we have now outside European Union, it is, they are from Uzbekistan, Burkina Faso, Ukraine, and Tunisia. So a few of them you will see in the catalog. All the rest, and altogether we have 19 countries, they are European Union training centers. But for European training centers, it's also an advantage. It is useful to have good collaboration, good links, and work with centers outside European Union. Some of them are very interested. Networking itself we do by means of so-called joint activities. So each training center of the consortium, of the Notice consortium, hosts sometimes and opens up their existing training, existing exercises to the community. So we do not organize any exercises specifically for the projects. All these exercises are those which are normally done by training centers, and some of them are open, so people from a Notice and other stakeholders, other training centers from the network, and researchers and industry, current CBRN projects, policymakers, they just can come and see what this training center has. So they can see it with their own eyes, and it works much better than any discussion in the meeting room. Sometimes it's very nice to discuss in the meeting room, like we are now here, of course, but when we are speaking about real capabilities, training capabilities, it's much easier to see than to talk about it. So that's why all our exercises are very, very different. They are very heterogeneous. We have field exercises, we have tabletops, simulations, serious gamings. All of them are organized by each training center depending, based on their national regulation, national priorities, all are different. At the same time, in the network, we have a vision, we prioritize some directions, which are in particular, we, for example, favor a lot the multidisciplinary and multi-agency approach for training in order to ensure interoperability between actors, even at the national level. It is proven that even within certain countries, it is much, much appreciated to bring actors together and to be sure that everyone works together nicely. Also, civil-military cooperation plays a very important role in our project and in the network, because we are in the consortium, we are 7 civilian and 3 military training centers already in the consortium, and all of them work very nicely together. But also we discuss a lot, of course, about civil-military cooperation at the level of European Union and connections with NATO. We have it all. So, and in CBRN field, in our opinion, civil-military cooperation is a must. We cannot do really one without the other. So it is really an important direction in the network. We also favor cross-border exercises, cross-border training, to focus on standardized approach and to compare the procedures of the neighbors to be sure that it is aligned and compatible. And we favor trainings based on various scenarios, versatile scenarios, C, B, R, or combined, and together with hybrid threats. And because, okay, we know that emerging challenges, emerging threats are there, and we would like to be better prepared for that. So far, okay, out of the recent joint activities which were organized, so far during the project, we organized 11 joint activities from the beginning. The project began in 2017. Normally should have been for 5 years as all networks of practitioners, but because of COVID, because of pandemics, we had to postpone several of our joint activities, which were not possible to make face-to-face. So we asked for 1-year extension, and we were granted this 1-year extension. We are very happy about it. So overall, we ran for 6 years until August 2023. So we could complete 11 joint activities so far, and we have 5 ahead. The most recent ones, which we could resume after the break, those were held in November 2021. The first was in Warsaw, in Poland. That was a civil-military exercise called Patrol 21. It was really interoperability exercise between Polish actors. Very good one. It was really efficient and very well done by the training center. It was organized by War Studies University and their civilian colleagues, Firefighters Research Center in Warsaw. And the second one was also made just next week after the first one. That was a CBRN Consequences Management course organized by Joint CBRN Defense Center of Excellence in Vyškov, Czech Republic. That was a NATO course, but open this time for Enotis participants, and we could invite also other projects. Proactive was there, Firing was there, including Bullseye, and Melody was invited, but Carlos could not make it. Carlos, you missed a lot. You missed such a great event, frankly. But anyway, it was a nice event. We had theoretical lectures at first on C, on B, on R, on communications in the first half of the day, and then it was real hands-on practical work in syndicates. It was really, really good. Everybody appreciated. So this is just examples of our joint activities, what we do, but as I mentioned, each training center, when they organize something, they do it in a different way. So all joint activities are different. This is our plans. So these two are marked green, which are currently completed, and we have 5 joint activities ahead. Very soon in May, we are going to have a joint activity, well, not so big this time, but more or less, okay, a field exercise in Dortmund, organized by Fire Department of Dortmund. And Project Proactive will be an active participant in this exercise, not as an observer, but actually as a participant, because that will be the first exercise of Proactive. It is their own exercise, so 2 exercises will be combined in one. That's why we can speak about the real synergy between a notice project and Proactive. We really work together. The next exercise, large-scale, multidisciplinary field exercise, will take place in Campus Vesta, in a large training center close to Antwerpen, here in Belgium. There we will be together with Melody project. Melody will not participate in the exercise itself, but it will present, during the joint activity, it will present the training curriculum where Enotis training centers, they are interested in it and they would like to further contribute to the development of this training curriculum offered by Melody. We find it really promising, really interesting initiative, and we are going to pursue it further. Then, next exercise is going to be organized by our civilian and military partners in Italy. So, University of Rome Tor Vergata, together with the military school in Rieti. That will be, again, a field exercise, large-scale military exercise, and that will be, again, together with Proactive project, because Proactive will be there with their second exercise, and for us, okay, it will be just a normal joint activity, but Proactive will be there with their activity as well. Then, afterwards, it will be in March 2023, we will have a tabletop organized by War Studies University in Poland. And then we will have a final exercise, again in Campus Vesta in Belgium, again with Proactive. That will be a third exercise for Proactive. So you see, we are really collaborating very closely with them. And then in June 2023, we are going to have a final conference, probably with Proactive as well, but this yet to be discussed. So, okay, for now we are speaking about a notice final conference, but we will see how exactly we do it, because we were so inspired by this last time event together with Transtund. So we find that this joint events, when we organize it, several projects together, it is really promising. It saves us resources, but it amplifies the results and the outcomes. So why not indeed to make it together? Because indeed it will be final event for both projects, so why not to make it together? So in the network, we are speaking a lot about sustainability of the network. What will happen after Notice network is, I mean, it's not, the project is not funded anymore by the Commission, but the money is over, but still we want to run this network further, because the enthusiasm is there, all the motivation and interest is there from all training centers, so of course we want to keep it alive. The question is how to fund the network, because it's obvious that just by itself, on the pure enthusiasm, it will not work. We need some funding. We need some resources in order to continue. So we started to discuss with the industry. We, since long ago, of course, and we discovered that industrial players are very interested to have direct access to end users, to be able to come to training centers to test and validate their technologies. And this is a win-win situation for all, because by this, industry has really facilitated access to practitioners, and practitioners, they can test and see what is available in the market. They can see what technologies are there. They can contribute in co-design, co-development, provide feedback on these technologies, what they test, and probably they might even, those who participate in the tests, they might receive the final product a bit cheaper at the end. So that is what we are discussing, and this is something what is interesting for both sides. We are planning very soon to ask all training centers to express what would be their interesting technological demands for them, so that this information becomes available to industrial players in Europe, and they can see, okay, in this country, in this location, for example, they would like to have this particular technology, and we have it, and we would like to go there and test it there, and to make establish collaborations there with the practitioners in this particular location. Or they can be, of course, different locations across Europe, and then industry will have access to different locations, and they test it with users of many countries, because it's, again, not the secret that industry, they have sometimes, some of them, not all of them even, they have access to practitioners, but usually it is a very closed, near circle. Sometimes it's not enough. They would like to have access to more end users in order to be sure that their product is indeed meets all the requirements of end users. So we expect that it is something very interesting, and this is something what we are going to do in the network. Another interesting, very interesting direction is that we are planning partnerships with large industry. So not only about testing and validating technologies, but for example, building training infrastructure together for the common use. We have already such examples. For example, our training center, Campus Vesta in Belgium, they already have partnership with a large chemical factory in Antwerp, and they build some training infrastructures together. Very happy both, because it is really win-win. It is an advantage for both. And these kind of things we are going to promote in the network and explain to training centers what kind of opportunities, what kind of advantages and possibilities they have from these interactions with the industry. Of course, we, by this, okay, we need to agree with the training centers what kind of trainings, what kind of exercises they agree to open to external participants, like industry, for example, for the sake of security, because, okay, CBRN is a very sensitive field, so not every exercise, especially by military training centers, not every exercise can be open. But still, the door is open. Some of them, they say, yes, no problem, we can invite industry, but we have to define very precisely the conditions, what to do, what not to do, so that all the players are very aware of the rules of the game and know exactly what to expect from such exercises. So when we come back again to the collaboration and our meeting today. So partly I already described with these projects who are present today, what kind of collaboration we are. With Proactive, we have 3 exercises together. So Proactive will do their exercises at the premises of eNotice training centers. Melody, as already also mentioned, we are interested, training centers are interested to further contribute, to give feedback and really contribute to the further development of the harmonized training curriculum. which was developed initially by Melody. It is not yet finalized. It is yet on the first stage, okay, but it is going to be later more and more developed, and everybody is very interested in it. With including project, and yes, Luigi will join us here in the Presidium soon. So with including, which is a Federation of Radiological and Nuclear training and everything. So we decided to approach radiological and nuclear training centers together. Including is using the questionnaire developed by Inotis, and we added there the part for including, so that some training centers who are focused on radiological nuclear, they can also join including federation as well, not only Inotis network. And with FireIn, we collaborate with, yes, we collaborate with the CBRN component, of course, because not all FireIn network is focused on CBRN, but with your Czech partners, we have very nice contact. They participated in Vyškov on this CBRN course. I think it was very interesting thing. And of course, yes, always we keep in touch and attend events and keep close collaboration. So, Michelle, thank you. And EURadion, to be very honest, we do not yet have direct collaboration with the EURadion. It was more from InCircle project, not from Inotis, but due to this little bit unsynchronized duration of this CBRN cluster part A, CBRN cluster part B projects. InCircle already finished in September 2021, but it developed some resources to still somehow support and help the CBRN cluster part B projects. One of them is EURadion. So I hope that these resources are found useful for you, but anyway, we still need to find a way how to help EURadion, for example, and other cluster part B projects to reach the market. Okay, we are networks of practitioners. We are not really, it's not our big focus but indirectly, as I explained, and in our vision of collaboration with industry, yes, of course, indirectly, of course, we are looking forward to help industry and researchers to reach the market. Yes, of course. So still hoping that we can find the common interest and support you in any way we can. So tell us if you need something from us, we will be happy to help. Okay, that's all from me. On a notice this time. Okay, this is our contact, me, myself, and Jean-Luc Gala. We coordinated, so please contact us at any time with any request, any question related to this network. We will be always there, always happy to reply any question. Very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. We will have 2 more presentations, and then a Q&A, and then we go for coffee. So I will ask the next speaker to come forward. It's you. Ah, sorry. You're going too fast. Could I ask you to manage the presentation? Just click the next one, and then I don't have to mess with this thing because it's a liability. You started. This is the boycott. And I was so happy that I was on time. All right. This is the Melody project that I'm happy to introduce to you. I think I have done that already, but it never hurts to rehearse on this thing. It's about developing CBRN training curriculum. The next one, please. Yes. So we had an issue statement. The European Commission called me, and then they said, we have a problem. And the problem was basically that CBRN training across the EU differs enormously or simply does not exist. And I'm talking about the training of first responders. Who is a first responder? The first at the scene. Whoever that is the first one arriving to a scene or seeing something out of the ordinary. And also there was a need for harmonization across the EU. All those things already existing needed to be sort of put on a certain level so that we all share the same things. So that was the challenge, and we faced the challenge, and we had been boycotted by Corona, so we also had to request an extension, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to manage and to complete the project. Next one. So this is in a nutshell what we are going to do today. I will try to fly through the presentation because there are many slides that I would like to show you, but I'm going to give you some sort of summary at the end. So the presentation is, let me go this way because I cannot read the screen. Presentation of the training curriculum, explanation of the modular structure. We have been thinking of Lego blocks, putting Lego blocks together and then building upon that and giving the structure that the end user would like to give. And also presentation of the training material. The next one. So this is the modular structure. On the far right, you have basic knowledge, operational level, and tactical level. And then you have, in consultation with the end users, these are the end users that we wanted to address, or we had to address from the onset of the project. Dispatcher officer, 911, 112, or whoever gets on the phone call, gets a phone call and triggers the alarm. Fire brigade, police, could be military police depending on the country, ambulance service, emergency service, and general practitioners. In the emergency service, we have also the first receivers. In '85, when there was a signing attack in Tokyo, 95% of the people went to the hospital by themselves, and the first receivers need to know how to assess and evaluate signs and symptoms that could be related to a Siberian attack. The cross-cutting is Siberian terminology, Siberian basics, and Siberian extras, and some of that is historical events that can enlighten people's knowledge. What happens during the first alert? Addressing the ones in vertical, and then addressing on the module 5, on-site assessment, hazard avoidance, and medical care. Hazard avoidance is actually to improve the knowledge of first responders on how to protect, how to assess a hazardous situation, and how to protect themselves before they actually perform their duty. And then we have task-specific things for the different groups, and improve interagency collaboration, which is something that Olga has also been highlighting on the need of that. We need to have a common operational picture, and also we need to work together on basis of the common operational picture. Next one. So this is just to give you an example. We have set a group of educators to help us set up learning objectives. What do we expect at the end of the training process? And we have this specified in verbs: to recognize, to recall, to describe, to recognize, to carry out, things that can be measured, whether the trainee has been accomplishing the objectives of that particular module. Next one. This is an example of the basics: to recognize the different groups of agents, their features and effects, and list some relevant examples of the incidents. And then you have on the far right, the crosses indicate to whom this is addressing, all the stakeholder groups. And then we go on. Next one. You can skip that one. It's just an amplification of the same thing. So the training curriculum, in fact, consists of classroom presentations, because we asked them, what would you like to have? And they were all happy in having a formal training session where you have a lecturer or a trainer interacting with the audience through classroom presentations. We have developed an e-learning module, and I will touch base on that later on. Practical training, scenario discussions. So we have a suite of a number, more than 20 scenarios that we have carefully chosen. Some of the scenarios are sensitive, and when you talk to the Commission, especially the security scrutiny group of the Commission, when you talk about scenarios, scenarios are classified. But the scenarios we have included in this address the needs of the trainees and not need classification. And also we have provided guidance for trainers, so the people who are going to implement this get guidance on how to implement it, what to do, and how to do it. Next one. Of course, we have not invented the wheel again or reinvented the wheel. We have taken the outcome of Eden, which was a huge project. Many lessons learned identified there were included and were addressed. We had in FP7 another project called Practice, and there is another one selected, which was in another internal security fund project that we gather information from. So we have not, say, we start from zero. Next one. As I said, we have classroom presentations, e-learning, scenario discussion. This is actually the whole of the Melody curriculum. The next one. How am I doing with the time? I'm good? I tend to carry away. This is an example of the presentations, of the classroom presentations. To carry out on-site risk assessment, zoning the area, and isolation and registration of victims. The crosses indicate who is to perform those activities, and this is the time that you will need to accomplish that particular objective. And it's important to keep in mind this timing. And I will touch base on that later on. Remind me of that. Next one. This is the e-learning, which is based on the PowerPoint presentations. So we have developed PowerPoint presentations. It has been a nightmare because every single picture we put there, we have to clear for IPR. Every single picture has a copyright, and this is a problem. But we sorted that out. Module 1 is about terminology and 2 basics. Variation and educational tools, test included, no learning management, and self-test when finished. The beauty of this is we're going to deliver this e-learning in probably more than 10 European languages. We have a number of languages in the consortium that we're going to use to QA and QC the translation, but also we extended that to other European languages which are not part of the consortium, but we are going to include them as well. So that would facilitate integration and the implementation of the whole of the training curriculum at national level. Next one. Some of the scenarios are developed in Word, so that's very easy to get access to. PowerPoint and Excel with a list of available scenarios, who is the target audience, and the complexity of the topics included. Everything has been prepared and ready for use. Next one. This is an example of what the whole thing looks like. I can provide you this later on at the bar with a glass of wine. Next one. This is an example of the tabletop exercises. The aim of the tabletop, hands-on approach, bring the Melody learning objectives into practice, and scenario-based approach using a dispatch call, for instance, or a situation map. It is important to say that we have tested, and we are still testing in real events, in real training settings, all these things, and getting feedback from the end user. So this is already being QA and QC as I speak. We have already had in the Netherlands an exercise up to tactical level. And then we're going to have 3 more this year in May, 1 in Campus Vesta, 1 in Hungary, and 1 in Finland, with their stakeholders in Finnish, in Dutch, and also in Hungarian. Next one. This is an example of the interaction with the dispatch officer. It is important because if there is a police or a fire officer arriving at the scene, he's going to make a run assessment, impact assessment. He or she will see whether he or she is at risk and what measures need to be taken in order to protect his or herself. And then it's going to call for help. And how you call for help is important, it's paramount importance, because you need to assess whether this is a major event or this is something completely ordinary, and that does not require to scale up the emergency response organization. Next one. This is an example, for instance, of the setting for a tabletop exercise when you have all the agencies present, and you can modify and you can put names in your own language of the streets, so you can easily mock up the scenario in your own language. Next one. Next one, please. At this point, we had, because this was part of a webinar we organized, we had a preliminary version of an animation, a video, a short video, but the video is still being reviewed, and the voices have to be updated. So I could not use it today. Otherwise, I would have to speak much less. Just showing the video, you would get a whole picture of the whole thing. But this is an example of the flexibility, and I will touch base on that, how flexible these things. It's not only structural, modular, in a modular structure, but it's also flexible, so you can adapt it to your needs. Next one. So you have to first decide whether you need e-learning or classroom training, depending on the prior knowledge of the participants. No e-learning on advanced knowledge. If there is advanced knowledge, you don't need the e-learning, of course. In case of classroom training, include national examples and incidents, national procedures, SOPs, interaction between trainer and trainees. In a previous project, we were dealing with first responders, and the idea was to share SOPs, standard operating procedures, and SOPs. The partners in the project say SOPs are classified. We don't share those things. But when you're doing this nationally, you can include, and this is part of the flexibility of the Melody training, you can include your own SOPs. It becomes a little more cumbersome when you're doing cross-border exercises, when the SOPs and the countries are different. We did that when the Netherlands, with Belgian participation, although they spoke the same language, SOPs were different, and the participation of the trainees was more difficult. Next one. So this is an example of the operational level. We have classroom training, scenario discussions, hands-on training, practicing doffing and donning, the other way around, donning and doffing of PPE. And this is a demonstration. The most important part that you have to teach first responders is how to take off the protective gear and not how to put it on. That's the straightforward. But how to take it off is essential. Time? You have to be rigorous with the time, even if it's me. Next one. Tactical level. This is also important to have the common operational picture. I'm going to release the PDF, so you don't have to make notes. The PDF version of this presentation will be available, and I can sign it if you want. Tactical level is important. You need to have people having the same common operational picture, and the more you exercise that, the better. So interagency collaboration, as Olga already mentioned, is Very important. Select which aspect of collaboration to train, and you can do that on beforehand. Decide on practical training format, whether this is going to be about scenario or a tabletop exercise. And choose one or more scenarios that you want to play and address. And this is an example of the exercise we did in the Netherlands with Dutch participation of all the agencies. Next one. This is important when you want to compose your own training. And this is an example of how we do that. Example 1, the trainees have no prior CBR knowledge. They are completely ignorant. Your restriction is you have 4 hours time to achieve your goals. Your first responder group consists of dispatch officers, fire, police, and ambulance service. And then the training facility with separate rooms. And these are the modules you could select from the menu that would enable you to achieve those objectives in 4 hours time with no prior knowledge. Next one. I think you have to select the e-learning, you click again, then you select the scenario discussions, and then you say scenario training. And with those things, you would achieve that in 4 hours time. Next one. Here's another example. Trainees, only fire brigade, they already have basic CBR knowledge, and now you have 8 hours of training time. And you have also training location with outdoor facilities, like the one in Rieti, for instance, or in Vyshkov. And then you select the modules in that particular order because you don't need the e-learning. The e-learning was already not needed. You can go to the next one. Okay, go to the next one. Next one. Oh, yeah. This is important. When you train people, I remember a colleague of mine, he was training people working at oil platforms in the North Sea. The plant has to work 24 hours, 7 days a week. You cannot shut down the plant or the production in order to have people train. So he developed a training software for those stakeholders. And he realized that after the training, it took 9 minutes for people to forget about the training. So we thought of that, and we have developed a game. It's a card game, and one of the feedbacks we got is, why not using an app? Why a card game? Well, people are very happy with the card game. If you're sitting at the station, you're on duty, but there is nothing, you can play cards. At least in Belgium, we do it often. You play cards, and then you refresh the knowledge by answering questions on the cards. And then you have, every time you get an answer wrong, you get an alert. You scored 8 alerts, and you lose the game. This is going to be delivered, and hopefully we will have it in Lille as a gadget to give away. And it's also going to be translated in 14 European languages. So all members of the first response teams in Europe can use it and play it around. Next one. Yes, there's a joint action, and Olga mentioned already some of that. In May, there's going to be a joint action between Melody and eNotice. The idea is to organize a Train the Trainer, and we're going to make this available to the eNotice network. The idea is not only to show them the curriculum, but also how to use it. And we're going to cover all those things. We're going to get familiar with the training curriculum. They're going to be able to play with it, experience it, how it's done, and also practices during some exercises. The next one. Yes, this is probably something Patricia would like to read. We are doing actually more than we bargained for. This was not part of the original work program of Melody, but it was an idea that occurred to me. Also the same idea of organizing a Train the Trainer. because we didn't budget for that, but we have the budget enough to cover that. And the idea is to reach harmonization across the EU. And how do you reach harmonization? By sharing best practices. If you are a CBRN trainer and you have experience, many of the things we can present, you can say yes, but you can achieve the same objective by doing just exactly a little twitch or a little tweak to your training curriculum. And this is exactly the type of interaction we want. In order to achieve that, we're working together with AFNOR, which is the French Organization for Standardization, and they are going to help us to reach a CEN workshop agreement on the training curriculum. We're going to have a kickoff meeting on the 5th of April, and I will call upon all the experts on CBRN training to register. There is an email address given there at Louis, afnor.org, and you can register there and your participation in the workshops. We're going to organize a series of workshops, and the idea is to identify those experts that can help us reach a CEN workshop agreement. And I think there is one more thing I want to say before thanking you for your attention. And please read carefully, because I'm going to say this only once. There is a saying in English that says you can bring the horse to water, but you cannot force him to drink. That's absolutely true. So we have this available. We're going to facilitate the implementation of the training curriculum, because we're delivering this in a number of European languages, which is going to facilitate implementation. But we cannot force it to do that. But what we can do is to make sure that we have everything possible available to be implemented. And one of them is that it allows you to introduce your own experience, your own national SOPs, your own national exercises, your own national organization. Melody will be delivered in a number of European languages, and it will be sent to national crisis organizations or national training organizations who are willing to use it. And you can adapt it. The only thing that you have to bear in mind is that the timing we have defined are crucial to achieving those specific objectives. You can build upon that, and you can increase it, enhance it, and go to strategic level if you want, but the basic modules have to be there so that we, in a way, achieve the objective of creating harmonization across the EU. And with that, I thank you for your time and your attention. Let me welcome the next speaker, Grigor, my buddy. Proactive, he is very proactive.
Thank you, Carlos, for the smooth introduction. Good morning, everyone, to all of you in the room and also to the online participants. We're very happy to be here again after our successful event from last September that we had with Melody, Notice, and TransTune. And thanks a lot to Philippe as well and to DigiHome for pushing for another face-to-face CERIS session. And also to all the contributing projects that help make this happen. So we're super happy to be here, and where Proactive is present at this event with several partners, and you will see some of them later on. So my name is Grigore. I work for UIC. For those of you who don't know UIC, it's the International Union of Railways based in Paris, and we coordinate the project. And from UIC, we also have Laura in the room, my dear colleague, who's helping me with the project coordination. So in this presentation, I tried to make it quite brief and just give you a few key elements about Proactive. Some of you already know about the project. Some information, and then I would like to highlight some of the key results we already achieved, and of course some of the planned actions that we still have to conduct until the end of the project. And of course you will also hear a bit about our synergies with all the other projects during the presentation. So here are the key facts about Proactive today. We started in 2019 for an initial period of 36 months, and we recently got extended until August 2023. So yeah, we really appreciated the Commission was receptive to our request to extend this project and to have the same calendar and implementation period as Inotis, so we could conduct until the end of this period all the planned activities. Yes, this extension of 16 months was not very common to have, but we totally appreciate it. Our consortium is made of 15 partners from 12 countries, and about half of these consortium partners are law enforcement agencies. And this is for a reason. It's because we are funded under the FCT topic, so fight against crime and terrorism. So it was also an eligibility criterion. Beyond the consortium, we worked to extend the network of practitioners beyond the consortium itself, and also to develop synergies with a number of projects of different types. So we have CSA projects, we have other research and innovation actions, but also projects funded under the Internal Security Fund, which are focusing on CBRN or other topics. And we work with social science methods because we're a project focusing on the human factor topic. So we deal with systematic reviews, workshops, interviews, focus groups, online surveys, and so on. And beside this desk research phase, as Olga already anticipated, we're also looking to test things in practice on the field. So we're running 3 joint exercises with Inotis. And what I would like to add here to complement what has already been said is that these exercises have been planned from scratch. So it's a synergy with Inotis that we planned when we wrote the proposal, the proactive proposal. Instead of saying we want to organize 3 exercises from scratch, we knew about Inotis, we knew they're organizing a set of events every year, and we said it's easier to work with them to have a synergy from scratch and have some joint activities. And also these activities allow us to test in practice some of our recommendations and some of the tools that we're developing during the project. And to date, we have already finalized 32 deliverables, quite a large number, and 21 of those are public, and you can find them on our website. So let's look at some of these things in a bit more detail. The first aspect I would like to insist on is this essential DNA of Proactive, which is the very powerful social engagement, not only with practitioners, but also with the civil society and with different social groups. So this was an idea that was, I think, highlighted very well yesterday in the morning session. There are all these projects from DRS, from the DRS cluster that explain the importance of vulnerability, how some groups are more vulnerable than others. So this was also a key idea for us, and we tried to construct Proactive around this idea. So we do it in the project by building 2 boards. The first one, we call it the Practitioner Stakeholder Advisory Board, or the PSAB in short. And it includes all the traditional first responders, practitioners that have already been mentioned, but also some non-specialized practitioners that can be affected or involved in a CBRN crisis. So typically, the operator of different critical infrastructures. In Proactive, we're looking more closely at transport practitioners. So if you think, for example, of railways or metros. And on the other side, we're looking at the civil society. So we're building the Civil Society Advisory Board, which is a diverse panel of representatives of different vulnerable citizens group to better represent human diversity. And it was a question that was asked yesterday morning, who is vulnerable and when? And in Proactive, we have a very large definition of vulnerability. We know that especially in a CBRN context, everyone is vulnerable, but maybe some groups a bit more than others, especially if you're living with a form of disability, or if you're not speaking the local language, or if you're a refugee in a country where there's an incident and so on. So just to remind you all that these networks are under continuous expansion. We're basically recruiting experts in both boards during the project. And we're very lucky because in the room we have the coordinators of these two boards. So on the one side we have Dominic Kelly from CBRNE Limited. They are coordinating the board in Proactive, so you can see more details with him if you're not part of the board already. And on the other side we have Åsa Berlin from the Umeå University in Sweden. They are leading the CSAB. So on our project website, you can find a simple way to join this, but the easiest way is to talk to them. And also, if you're an expert in, I don't know, vulnerability, citizen science, or in disability rights, you can also join the CSAB to share your expertise with us. However, Proactive is not a CSA, it's not a coordination support action, so our main focus, besides building this network, is to really conduct some research work. And in our case, the workflow started with collecting or looking at all the data and information that's already out there, especially on public knowledge, public behavior, what the citizens know or how they're likely to react in a CBRN context, and also what are the practitioners' gaps at this level. And we did a series of systematic analysis of different of previous research, previous projects, and so on. And this resulted in a number of reports. And here I'm just showing a synthesis report that we had on this topic, which highlights 18 key recommendations on how to better conduct this management of CBRN terrorism with vulnerable groups. And the point is that once we develop these deliverables, they tend, like all projects, they tend to accumulate what we like to call the digital dust. So they are very likely to be forgotten or not even be read by all the practitioners during the project time frame. So we're always looking at strategies to making them more actionable, transforming them into more actionable guidelines. So here is an example of how we did it. We worked with other projects, typically with Covinform, which did a similar work in the COVID-19 scenario. So they worked on the pandemic. We worked on CBRN, and we realized that we have common recommendations. And we jointly developed a guideline on inclusive communication in times of crisis, which was published last September. And we also had it endorsed by 16 other EU-funded projects, some of them, most of them from the DRS cluster, which were here yesterday. For example, RiskPack, links, including, and so on. So this shows that the whole research community can come together and maybe pass a message to the policy officers and so on. I was happy to learn, for example, yesterday from Mr. Wojtas that he is now including this guidance in some of his presentations. So it means that we helped somehow. And the process is ongoing. I was mentioning the PSAB and the CSAB and the engagement we're having with them. Basically, we build these networks also to involve these experts in our research activities. And I was mentioning workshops, online studies, and so on. And we conducted, for example, last year, a large survey with more than 400 practitioner organizations in Europe and beyond. And I would like to thank some of you, and some of you are already in our PSAB. You helped us a lot to disseminate this and to get more answers. And also we conducted a survey with about 100 civil society organizations. And again, this resulted in a number of reports. Here I'm just highlighting maybe 3 of the key ones. You can see one on recommendations on how to adapt SOPs to the needs of the vulnerable groups. Or what are the gaps within the practitioner community with respect to how to handle, how to manage vulnerable people, and also what are the expectations of the civil society with respect to what the practitioners are doing. So really to fill in this gap. But again, these are deliverables, they're reports, they're on the website, and they're likely to be ignored by many of you and accumulate digital dust after the project. So we're now in a phase where we're looking on how to transform at least part of these contents, the most useful ones, the key findings, the practical outcomes, into policy papers, and to how to translate this in different resources for specific target groups. So we're selecting key exploitable results from these reports. And we're working now on a first policy brief that will probably be published in a few weeks, or for sure next month. And we're also extracting training ideas, and Carlos talked a lot about the training curriculum they have in Melody. We also identified, for example, innovative training ideas for non-specialized first responders. So again, if you think of the frontline staff at a railway station, most of them, they are completely naive and about the CBRN topic, but they're there to react in the first moments before the specialized first responders arrived. So it's one issue we're looking into. We're also looking to develop aide-memoirs for practitioners, also on how to further include vulnerable groups and citizens in live training exercises. We think it's crucial for them to train in real conditions with real groups. And also, we're looking to develop tools to better communicate with the general public and to facilitate this communication between all the citizens and the authorities and the responders. And this last point brings me to the innovative part of Proactive, which is our toolkit development. So the toolkit involves 3 tools. It's a web platform for practitioners, also a mobile app for them, and most important of all, a mobile application for the civil society. So this is the tool itself. Now, it has been, and the process is ongoing, it's being co-created with these two groups, with practitioners on one side and with the citizens on the other side. They helped us specify the functionalities, what type of content they would like to have in this tool. It's also based on an inclusive design because we want to make it usable and useful by all the groups. This is key again. And we're now in the phase where we're having the beta version of this app, which is under testing. So you can participate if you want. If you're an Android user, you can simply flash the QR code on the left. But if you're an Apple fan, I know some of you are iPhone fans, you have the QR code on the right. And don't hesitate to check out this app. And if you have any feedback, you can contact us. And with our partner, we're always looking for feedback to improve. And this app and all the other recommendations that we're putting together will be tested in 3 live exercises, as Olga anticipated. And to make the discussion a bit more dynamic, I would like to give a couple of minutes the floor to our partner from CBRN Limited, because they are coordinating these exercises with eNotice. So Dominic, he can tell you a few words, a bit more details about the 3 exercises.
Thank you, Grigory. Hi, guys. I just mentioned en passant that actually Project Proactive was born from the activities we did in Project Practice back in, I think it was 2015. And it was the lessons learned from that exercise, which was a field exercise in Birmingham at the International Convention Center, where we realized that there was more work to be done. So Olga has already mentioned who the players are for us in Project Proactive, so I won't repeat that. But I think I'd just like to say, Olga, how helpful you've been in coordinating your stakeholders, who are not always that easy. I think that it would be really good, Philippe, I've woken you up, if eNotice Mark II could be thought about anyhow, because it's a fantastic process to allow people like us to find venues for exercising at a very competitive price. And so I do make that suggestion. eNotice Mark II. Yeah, the other benefit is that we are able to work with the host of that site. So for instance, in Rieti, we're working with the MBC school, and in Dortmund, we're working with FDDO, the Dortmund Fire Service. And so there are great advantages there. After every exercise, we will have a workshop which will involve both the practitioners and the civil society volunteers in order to capture the lessons learned. Right, so should we have the next slide? Good. So, yes, the focus will be on operational response. So, when we first started this project, we were going to have the first exercise in Rieti. But because of the pandemic, you can imagine that the Italian MBC school had their work cut out in managing the pandemic in Italy. So they asked if they could delay the exercise, and so we went to Dortmund. Now, when working with these organizations, we have to realize that we are guests, and we have to work around their own aims and objectives. And whereas you'd think that we should do an exercise, the first exercise dealing with response to a chemical incident, we couldn't do that in Dortmund because the FDDO wanted to do decontamination. So we're going to do decontamination first, and then when we go to Rieti, we will do response. And it'll work. And then when we have our third exercise at Campus Vestus, this is going to be a much bigger exercise. So in Dortmund, we're going to have about 30 volunteers, civilian volunteers, of which about 10 are going to be vulnerable people. I'll come to vulnerable people in a second. In Rieti, we hope to have about 40 volunteers, and at Campus Vestus, we hope to have over 100. Now, critically, we have promised the European Commission that we will always include 15% of the civilian volunteers will be vulnerable people. And this is because I have made promises myself in the past about involving vulnerable people in exercises. And actually, it's a really hard thing to do. So when Grigori and I and the others wrote the submission, I said we must make a commitment. So 15% it is. Now, actually, Grigori and Asa and Laura will agree with me. It's extraordinary because in Dortmund, we've had a huge success in getting vulnerable volunteers. It's been far easier to get vulnerable volunteers than, shall I say, ordinary volunteers. We're having to think of new ways of finding ordinary volunteers, for instance, perhaps going on the local radio. We will get them. But so, with regard, sorry? Oh, okay, right. Okay, so, right. The last thing I'll say is ethics. Ethics is a big subject, and I will just say that organizing these these exercises with civilians has proved a huge challenge from an ethical perspective. And I think we're on version 16 of the informed consent, Grigori. So with that, I'll say thank you.
Yeah, Dominic, thank you. Thank you for this nice overview of the exercises. It's very challenging, but we really trust they will have an added value in the end. So I'm not taking too much of your time. I'll just leave you with this final slide where you can visualize the proactive scope and main outcomes. And you can see in green the 3 main activities that are still ongoing, and where also yourselves you can get involved, you can help us achieve the results. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Grigor. We have some time for Q&A. We're the only thing between you and the coffee break, so I think there's going to be a microphone jumping around. Please identify yourself so we know who to shoot afterwards.
Thank you, Philip. Horst Kremers, Berlin, Germany. My question, I have 2 short questions. One is about the term scalability of exercises. I remember a session we had here 2.5 or 3 years ago, where there was an incident in an airport terminal or something. Well, 50 casualties is something, but in Germany we have airport terminals with 1,000 people in. So just as an example, my question is how to deal with that either now or in future, what are the plans? The other thing is, I liked the question of forcing the horse to drink or not. You see, but there's a good expression to visualize, but there is a procedure how to make things mandatory. Because the fire brigade, all the first responders organizations live with very detailed specification of rules of procedures. Mm-hmm. And my question is, what is the aim of getting into these procedures? You see, that is something from yesterday, we talked about the uptake from research and development into practice. To make it mandatory, there are several ways to do so on European level and on local level. And normally, at least on national level, there are these standard procedures, handbooks full of specifications. How do we get these kind of exercise results or the technology behind that? How do we get that into these these handbooks? That would be something that would come near to the horse to drink it with joy.
Thank you. Does anyone want to address the scalability of Grigor, Olga?
I just wanted to say that maybe, at least in Proactive, we have this vision to start small. You see, even between the 3 exercises, we try to start as small as possible, small scale, and try to learn something, then use that in the second exercise, which is going to be a bit bigger, at least in terms of groups of people that are being decontaminated and involved in the process and so on, and go from a small scale to bigger, and maybe learn more robust lessons learned, recommendations. But then, of course, if we talk about scalability at the European level and find solutions that work equally well in all member states and everything, I think this is really, really challenging. So I think we're not really there yet, but we're trying to contribute at least.
Yeah, just to add, so as I mentioned, indeed, our training centers are organizing the exercises according to their national priorities or local priorities, so it is a request of their authorities, and they decide on the scale and the contents of the exercise. However, the essence of the network is to make all training centers and their capabilities visible to all stakeholders, so that, for example, Commission, DG Home, DG Eco, and other actors who are interested, so they can see what is available, and they can go to a particular country, for example, or make a cross-border exercise, knowing exactly what are the possibilities. And this can be organized of any scale, up to the needs, current needs of the response, resilience, preparedness, so everything is possible. This is our vision of the network, and that is why we are doing it. And that is why those training centers who join the network, they make themselves available, make themselves visible. They share information about themselves to the community. So scalability is perfectly possible and very welcome.
Thank you. Any more? Yes, there is.
My name is Sabol. I come from Police Academy of the Czech Republic in Prague, where we are also engaged in some projects which are compatible with what we could have heard here. First of all, let me thank to organizer and especially to Philip for his kind invitation. I am very happy to attend this important meeting where I can learn a lot from the areas we can use in our work at the Police Academy, where we are so far engaged in 2 projects under the program of Czech Ministry of Interior. One is aimed at CBRN detection and identification, and another is aimed at the use of radiation and nuclear technology for detection and identification of drugs and other dangerous materials. So we hope that we will be able to continue in this direction, and possibly in the future to join some of the consortia where we can come with our experience and knowledge from this field. Let me emphasize one aspect which is, I suppose, important for this area. It is related to risk assessment, risk identification, risk perception, and risk communication with the public. This is, in my opinion, very important because the public, which is not well informed about the level of danger which they may expect from any event where CBRN is involved, either contamination or radiation doses and so on. So there is a lot of confusion how to define appropriate quantities and units to inform the public so that they really perceive the danger in the right way, because they usually either overestimate it or underestimate it, because there is a big difference between the opinion of specialists who knows how things are and who get information from reliable sources, and members of the general public, which are only occasionally here and there about this and may not evaluate it correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have questions online? Oh. There is a microphone behind you.
I'm Eleftherios Sosionoglou from Institute of Communication and Computer Systems in Athens, Greece. Thank you very much for the really interesting presentations and informative presentations. It goes without saying the important role of medical emergency services in responding to CBRNE incidents. Honestly, I saw only 2 or 3 times the terms medical staff or medical emergency to be mentioned in the presentation. So it is a question from my side, the extent by which your projects have focused in these aspects on the involvement of these agencies to the response. And also if have been already identified capability gaps of this type of staff regarding responding to these types of incidents, or even regarding victim triaging aspects that seems to be quite important if we have excluded some 1 or 2 main results through your project activities. Many thanks.
Okay, you want? The short answer is yes. We have addressed this. We have addressed these groups. We started the Melody project with the consulting with them. What do you know about CBRN? What would you like to know? And all kinds of it was a stock-taking exercise that it took months to my colleagues in TNO to cover and address all the groups, the stakeholder groups. And then DG Santé said, please don't forget first receivers. And first receivers is an essential group because we need to train them how to do the risk assessment and also how to protect themselves. So we have addressed that. I don't know if my colleagues want to go.
Just to say that in the notice we had such an activity. It was in a large hospital in Nîmes, in France. The contents of the exercise was exactly CBRN triage and medical countermeasures. So it was on the interoperability of the actors there. It was a tabletop exercise, but yes, so the question, in reply to your question, yes, absolutely, we addressed this topic.
Yes, and just to add to that, so as I mentioned, in Proactive, our focus is on law enforcement agencies, but in the PSAB, we also include emergency medical services as practitioners. So yes, they're definitely part of the group, so we're listening to their needs and so on. We try to include them. And in terms of gaps, have a look at our deliverable 2.5, which is on the website. It's this large study where we're looking at different groups of practitioners, so LEAs versus emergency medical services versus firefighters and so on. And you can see from the large European survey a little bit how they compare to the other practitioners and where the gaps are. So now we're working to transform this into more actionable resources. So.
Please.
Good morning. My name is Olivier Salvi from CERIS Development. I have a question to Olga about the e-notice project. I have seen in the list of training center, we have also training center from Tunisia and Burkina Faso. I wanted to understand what is the role of training center from this country, from this African country. And second, for them, what do you think, what are the benefits for them to be part of the network? Mm-hmm. And I ask the question because I am involved in some project with Africa CBRNE Center of Excellence, and I think it could help to dynamize the work on CBRNE if we manage to identify other training center in Cameroon, in Togo, in Benin, or other country. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to hear their role and their benefits from your point of view.
Yeah, thank you, Olivier. So just to remind why we have these training centers outside European Union, it is because on our second year of the project, DG DevCo approached us because they were mapping also training capabilities in Middle East, Central Asia, and Africa. So they wanted to use our approach, our questionnaire, to approach these training centers and to encourage them to join the network. That is why it is by this channel, it is always also purely a responsibility of DG DevCo to take care of it, but it is by this channel how we acquired these training centers. Because in principle, in the project notice, it is a bit out of scope to reach all the planet. We would never have resources for that. So we do not do it specifically, but DG DevCo did. So, okay, they joined, several training centers were interested and they joined and were very welcome in the network. And it was discussed between the networks, between the European training centers. Are you interested to work with them? What would be the added value for you and for them to join the network? And the answer is that they want to establish lots of trainings together. They are interested to work together, so European training centers are very interested to work with those outside. We have training centers who work a lot with Middle East and with Africa, with Morocco and Lebanon and other countries, plenty of them. So if you would like to introduce more, and I mean, of course, for those training centers outside European Union, it is obvious interest, of course, also to organize joint training, to exchange trainers and trainees. It is always there. So, of course, you know, we cannot take anyone, like, literally from the street, no. Those who we have so far from outside, they are through DG DevCo, and if you have some particular contacts and would like them to join the network, we need to discuss and see if, like, according to some criteria, they are admissible. They will have to fill the questionnaire and describe their capabilities, and then, in principle, everything is possible, of course. Very welcome.
Thank you, Olga. I will give the floor to our boss and Guru.
I'm not the boss, no. No, I would like to stress that, well, to make some paleontology in a way, recalling that the idea has been growing up from Eden. You mentioned Eden project, and we had indeed these discussions about training centers, and we had even one demonstration which was foreseen under Eden with Campus Vesta, the day, in fact, it was scheduled the day after the Bataclan, and it was, if you remember, it was cancelled due to the terrorist attack. But then after, the idea of networking training to make them used also as validation and testing centers was going on. So I think it's very good for me to see what you have achieved among your different projects, and it gives a very good perspective for the future. So I fully I make him awake now, because he just, Dominic, you know, just taking his opinion that indeed it should be pursued. My question is about the feedbacks that you got from member states, first of all. Did you have feedback from member states regarding your activity? Did you have a reflection on the sustainability? And by sustainability, I mean economic sustainability. That is getting some possible help from member states or from sectors, from practitioners, from association, with contribution to training. I don't mean now, because you are in the framework of your projects, but just think ahead. In 10 years from now, where do you want to stand? You will not get funding from the Commission forever. So you need to ensure to assert some funding. I would like to stress that when you speak about international cooperation, like Olivier mentioned, you need also to reflect on the combination of different funding instruments, because here you are purely in a research program which is still able to support this kind of activities when it represents research and development incentives. So we are speaking here about validation of tools issued from research. So we are fully in our role to fund this kind of activities for a certain moment. You know, I'm speaking about Horizon Europe. So at this dimension, we are able to do that. But then you are entering into the capacity building environment dimension, and you need to anticipate the fact that in few years you will be certainly able to look at what the capacity building program can offer. And when I speak about this, there are smaller scale budget, but still very interesting in DG ECO, in DG Home, ISF program, in structural funds, Interreg program, Life Plus, even if you look at different type of threats. So you should also be considering the economic sustainability in a much wider approach than only, I would say, the research program, because it will vanish. Not now, you know, it might be continued in the next years, but at a certain point, in 5 years from now, you will exhaust all the possibilities within research. So you need to find out some things. And what Olivier mentioned is very important, because indeed, if you have international cooperation, you have a lot of money there in international cooperation, which can merge indeed what the EU member states are doing with international cooperation efforts. So just be open-minded also to other type of funding sources, and you will make it. And I think it's an extremely valuable initiative. It's really something which is well recognized within the Commission. It will be a very strong support to not only CBRN related policies, that is security, but also to civil protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippe. I will keep your comment for the closing remarks of it, because I think it's important we address this in a proper fashion and a proper. So I will invite you to have a half-an-hour coffee break. Please have discipline and come back in half an hour's time. Okay? Thank you. May I ask to sit down, please? And otherwise, we're going to be late for lunch, and I hate that. So let's get started, please. I wish I could speak more languages to say no language is possible. Please sit down. Who is going to speak on behalf of including? Could you come up to us? So we have 3 more interesting presentations we would like to share with you, and then we will have a short discussion, and then we go for lunch. So the next project that we would like to share with you is Fire In. According to the program is Michel, who's sitting. Where is Michel? There, but he doesn't want to talk. This presentation will be given online, so I have to ask my colleagues in the back of the room to make sure that this is being said properly. Whenever you're ready. The speaker is going to be Martin Nekula. He is from the Czech Association of Fire Officers. Martin, are you hearing me? So as Philippe did yesterday.
Good morning, everyone.
You see, it works.
Everything works.
Go ahead, Martin.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I will share my presentation because I have the new one. So it's not complicated for you. I will share my screen. So is it okay now?
Not really, because this is the one, you see the slide and the one coming afterwards, so you need to change the presentation mode.
Okay, now if everything's okay and you hear me, so let me tell you that I have to apologize that I can't be in Brussels with you because of many procedures and tasks we have to solve in the Czech Republic. So I am really sorry for that, but I hope that it will be fine to hear the presentation also during the Zoom and all of this technology we can. Is it okay?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, thank you. So let me introduce myself. My name is Martin Nekula. I'm from Czech Republic, and I'm Vice President of Czech Association of Fire Officers and also part of Fire In project. And I have presentation which show you what are the main tasks and main challenges of CBRNE project regarding Fire In. You can see the 5 thematic working groups, which are as common capability challenges. The first one is search and rescue, second is structure fires, the third one is landscape fires, fourth is natural hazards, and fifth is CBRNE problematic. Each thematic working group has thematic working groups leader, and the Czech Association of Fire Officers is the leader of CBRNE thematic working group. As we know, the CBRNE is a really large area of activities, and we had the view from the substances like chemical, biological, radiation, nuclear, and explosives. We were talking according dealing substances like a transport, like a technological failures, like a natural process, or abusing of these substances. I have one technical question. I don't know if you see pictures in my slides, because on the main...
No, we don't.
Yeah, so I have to solve.
And also the presentation mode is You have to.
I will open again. It can be better.
Next one.
No, there is a problem.
Do we have Martin's presentation here in the room, in the back?
Yes.
On the computer? Nope.
I don't see that.
We have a situation.
Just as you went to share your full presentation, you unshared your screen. If you can try again to share your screen, I think we will see it.
I'm sharing the screen, but actually after the...
Do you have two screens?
There are no pictures. So sorry for that. I will open the last one, which I had opened.
The other option, Chair, is if you could go to Lucas's presentation. We will speak with Martin offline and get his presentation locally so we can present it through the stream that way, if that's easier.
Okay, can do.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Lucas.
Is it? It works. This one is okay. And actually, I took very strong coffee, so it would be difficult to stay in one position. I will do it like that. This is really good coffee.
Sorry for that.
Okay, so I'm not sure if my slides are ready. So I will start with introducing myself. My name is Łukasz Szklarski. For everyone who is not familiar with Polish letter, Lucas, addressing me as a Lucas is fine as well. And I'm here on behalf of the EU Radio Consortium as a project coordinator. It is actually the second opportunity to me to coordinate project in H2020 CBRN cluster, so in B category. I had opportunity also with EU Sense project a few years ago that has been recently finalized. And that project considers only chemical threats, so technology is completely different. But actually, our approach to the project was similar from the organizational point of view. That's why probably during this presentation, from time to time, I will be referring to EU Sense as well. So, but let's start with EU Radion. So. The Radion stands behind European System for Improved Radiological Hazard Detection and Identification. And it is probably the last time that you heard the full name of the project. Project was planned for 36 months. Now we are in the middle of the project and we are keeping the schedule, so I do hope that we will keep it till the end of the project, and our technology will be delivered according to the plan. The project budget is €3.5 million, but it is not much in terms of technological projects, where not only software but also hardware is being developed. Our consortium includes 8 partners representing 4 different European member states. And since I already started about consortium, in our consortium we decided to have all major 4 pillars of competences that might be imported, which are necessary to develop technology for this security. So we included small technological SMEs as the company that I represent, but also two wonderful German SMEs, TMS and Ernst Analytics, were very important for the holistic approach to what we are doing, what we are developing was, of course, involvement of big and respected European applied research centers. So I'm very lucky that we have FFE and FY on board. To ensure this holistic approach that I mentioned, we also included one strictly academic partner. It is University of Warsaw. And last, but of course not least, and maybe even the most important in the terms of technology that we are preparing, is involvement on our end users. So we've got the Swedish firefighters and Polish radiological laboratory. As I said, this merging this whole area of competences is the actually only way to develop technology that will fit to the security domain and will be usable. And when I'm talking about usable technology, I'm talking about what each technology should deliver. So every new introduced technology should either limit some current limitation or increase the scope of performance, and this is exactly what we are trying to do. What is the most important project objective? So we want to deliver one fully operational solution, one fully operational system that will be answering for needs declared mainly by the end users, and we defined some high-level objectives. So the first one is to cover selected capability gaps of European first responders that were introduced in ENCIRCLE and also in IFARI catalog. For us, as a technological guys, we really like this approach because first part of project, so A category, which was ENCIRCLE, already defined the problems that end users are facing, the gaps in the technology that they discover. So for us, it was much easier to prepare technology that is just respond for all the needs that end users declared. Second objective is to enhance situational awareness of the first responders or CBRN practitioners to this preparedness and response mission. Maybe it is the only aim of the project. It is to give them tool that will be helpful in the operation. It is actually, and now I'm also referring to EU sense because in the case of chemical detection, we've got very strict information that are similar to answers that we gathered from the practitioners right now. That someone who is operating on the first line, that first responders are not supposed to be any kind of chemical or chemical expert or physicist. They just need to get information in the form of very simple, reliable interface. They should not be worrying about interpretation of the data. They should just get the simple answer, simple information. The third high-level objective was to boost European CBRN market innovativeness. Well, this boost has recently been delivered by the Vladimir Putin himself. So I'm not worried about. Well, so I'm worried, but the boost of European CBRN market will be something that needs to happen. That current situation created that it will be probably more and more important in the next years. And last but not least objective of this to be able to demonstrate technology in close to real conditions. So in this case, we are planning to prepare a field demonstration in Norway Tunnel. Referring again to EU Sense project, we prepared the final demonstration on the training field of Polish firefighters, where they had access to the technology. They were able to use it, and during the training we used what we could use. So we used simulants, but everything else was real. And we want to ensure very similar approach to the EU region. So with the end of the project, we want to show the fully operational technology. Okay, so I talk a little bit about background, maybe a little bit about technology itself, the technology that is supposed to resolve these problems, technology that is supposed to help our end users. We focus on three main targets. One, it is to develop a sensor integration unit. So it is the hardware that will be created in this project from the scratch. And idea of this hardware is to ensure joint merge data from different sensing technology. How deep are we going to do it? I'm not sure yet, because it will be probably a lot of programming, a lot of involvement of artificial intelligence and testing. So we will be looking for the possible benefits of merging technologies. For example, in the previous project, we were able to find connection between FPD and IMS chemical technologies in order to find technology that actually, well, is something more than these two technologies separately. And I really hope that we will be able to achieve something like that in this project. But if not, at least this detection technology will be integrated in one instrument. Second technological delivery is common operational picture. So it is a graphical interface for the users with clear and easy information about the all radiation readouts in the area. And last technological challenge is to improve the mobility of the emergency team. So we are talking about miniaturization of the devices, as well as about preparing autonomous platform that will be able to carry devices in the environment that might be dangerous for the person. So this few additional words about these three points. So concept of sensor integration unit is heterogeneous detection technologies like Geiger counter, cadmium zinc telluride detector, and supporting gas sensors. It will be equipped also with navigation unit. It will be miniaturized in order to be mounted on UGV units. Of course, we want to include wireless connection and ensure modular design for the future. The second mentioned aspect of technology, so preparing joint operational picture, it's visualization of area of interestment, threat source location estimation, threat map model, and of course, real-time sensor readouts. And in terms of the mobility that we want to increase in this project is, as I said, miniaturization in order to prepare this unit as a handheld or maybe even person-worn. We are preparing the follow the leader swarm. So it is technology which is supposed to give control over the whole swarm by one operator, and rest of the swarm will be following leader's unit. And and of course, further development of the artificial intelligence of the swarm. And our demonstration that I already mentioned is supposed to take place in Rundmar Tunnel in Norway. I'm very sorry if I mispronounced the place. And this site will simulate the real scenario underground with traffic incidents involving CBRN materials. The only limitation for us is that we will be supposed to use simulants. And the whole demonstration is supposed to showcase the fully operational prototype of the system. And that's, thank you.
We still have an issue with the presentation, which is supposed to be done online. So I will allow one question before moving on to the next speaker. Not all at once, please. Elias, are you ready? You're not?
Well, hello everyone. My name is Elias Mitsoulas. Thank you. That's going to be very useful. I'm a first responder, and I'm also an appointed instructor for first responders in the CBRN company in Athens from the Hellenic Ministry of Defense. I will present you the results of the including platform tool that has been used in the joint actions that took place last year. The including project is a project that 15 different partners from 10 different countries are involved, and the coordination is from ENEA. The scopes of the joint actions and the project is to provide to practitioners in the RN security sector and an innovating European cluster to develop a centralized improved management tool for remote booking and utilization of resources, to contribute to the development of a common learning framework for RN training. During the last year, 3 joint actions took place for the including project, and also I must mention that in all 3 projects we've been used the real sealed and unsealed radiological sources of cesium and technetium. So the joint action in Athens took place in the Piraeus port, and the basic assumption is that a worker in the port identifies RN source inside of a container. The scope of the joint action and the dimensions is to demonstrate the added values, addressing the gaps identified in the working I made so many notes here for the presentation, but it's much easier for me to enter a hot zone wearing my PPE instead of giving a presentation. So, excuse me. To addressing the gaps identified in the work package 3 and adapting the testing and common learning objectives, and also to testing the integration of new technologies delivered by technology suppliers. It was a civil-military cooperation, this joint action, but also many different organizations have been involved, like Greek Atomic Energy and also the Coastal Guard. They selected gaps for the Piraeus joint action for RN equipment, technology, and medical. Also, I have to mention here that you will see there's going to be a short video, and I had to inform them, the technicians, about that. Many different devices have been used, like smart gamma probe, and mounting on the UAV, on a UGV, and also in an unmanned vehicle, ground vehicle. And in the successive phase of the drill operator created the scripts of the including web page platform, building the description of the scenario. This gave to the organizers the opportunity to insert, process, and execute the desired sequence of the actions. Here you can see video captured by screenshot captured by gamma probe, identifying the cesium source inside the container. And also on the right side, you can see a screenshot of the platform, which was a mobile application installed on tablets and mobile phones of the recce team and the incident commander. This should be the video. I apologize for the background music, but anyway. Here you can see the worker that identifies, enters inside the container for inspection and sees the source and the label on it. From this moment on, and the special CBRN company arrived on the scene. Here you can see the drone mounted with the gamma probe entering inside the container. This is the unmanned, the UGV. Also, a Geiger-Müller detector has been installed on it. Goes inside the container, and all the data have been transmitted to the including web-based platform, and they have been sent to the involving teams. Now you can see the first recce team going inside to the container to pick up the source. Also, there's another second recce team that goes inside the container for a final check, and all of them, they go into the decontamination line. All the data I have collected from the Geiger-Müller and the gamma probe were on real time transmitting to the web-based platform. I'm sorry. So, on September 13, the second joint action took place in Mikkeli. And the big assumption is that 2 days prior to the incident, it has been mentioned in national breaking news that a truck transporting 4 strong seals for radiation sources for industrial use has been attacked by thieves, and since then the sources are missing. So 2 days later, a group of 10 people, they go into the place outside of the city to have a picnic where they discover the sources, and they start playing with it. Just because they got drunk, one of them got an open wound, and so they called the emergency service and they arrived on the scene. The scope and dimensions of the exercise was to present to the participants on the elements of the whole claim of decisions and operations, to develop readiness and capabilities and other authorities in RN incidents, to show to the participants innovating technologies and to demonstrate their useful in dealing with the assumed scenario. The selected gaps are the same gaps that are selected in joint action in Piraeus. There was also a civil-military cooperation, but also several organizations have been involved in this incident. On the slides, you can see the reconnaissance team and the radiological checkpoint has been installed. Establishment of the contamination line in the crisis area. The use of the web-based platform in Mikkeli followed the concepts of the tool as planned and developed by Working Package 2 of including project. And the central user interface provides access to all, including platform, tools, services, and documentation. So, also a suitable solution was found during this joint action in the Enea Kasatia testbed, from where it is available, the E-DRAD drone. The use of the platform for this joint action went with a drill authoring tool, which is a valuable support tool and allows to prepare the drill in advance to achieve a better understanding in the interaction among the different resources. The platform used in real time during the Mikkeli joint action and consumes and displays data acquired by the sensors and the UAV controls. You can see on the slide the screenshot that was on the mobile app that has been installed in the apps and mobile phones to the different operating teams, and that they get in orders from the incident commander. Also, one of the most interesting tools has been a drone with a radiation system measurement on board. The deployed system was E-DRAD from Enea and was equipped with a Geiger-Müller detector. On the field, there was an open source system 137, and the drone, following the snail-like path search, was effective to locate the source. The drone remained for 30 seconds on a fixed position at a height 10 meters in each spot, in each point. The identified source location with the drone in GPS coordinate was communicated to the incident commander. The joint action in Saclay took place on 21st of October, and the exercise consisted in showing the actions planned by SEA in case of intervention by radiological emergency of local scale. The selected gaps were the same like the previous two joint actions, and the basic assumption is that two criminals storm into a van which carries radioactive drums, and before they escaping, they empty the drums outside of the vehicle. So two witnesses arrive on the spot. They call the emergency service, and since then, all protection teams and security teams from SEA arrived on the scene. Also, a vehicle equipped for casualties assistance arrived on the spot. Also, the Radiation Protection Service of SEA followed the procedures and secured the perimeter to avoid any cross-contamination, and they established the 3 zones: the exclusion zone, the control zone, and the support zone. Also, they established a radiological checkpoint, and of course, all the decontamination procedures were followed. So, based on the last two joint actions in Athens and Mikkeli, the web page platform was improved in some specific points, and the complete version of a testbed manager were produced. It's a web application and provides to a user an interface which can perform various tasks, such as create and edit new resources like sensors, to edit testbed information, monitor the bookings of a testbed, approve and reject the request of resources, and view the statistics data. Conclusions. From June 2021 until October 2021, 3 main joint actions took place using also real sources of cesium and technetium-99. The web page platform have been extensively used in planning phase to book resources, simulate the operational phase of the joint action with the interaction between human and technological components, and has been a value tool for the incident commander on the incident. Integration with new technologies for sources. CERIS demonstrated how to improve source detection, identification, and monitoring capabilities for first responders, and mobilization of relevant human and technological resources. Also, I had another one, last slide. Yes, save the date, please. April 27th, 22 is the second workshop online on radiological and nuclear training in the European Union. So, thank you for your attention.
Ευχαριστώ. Mike, Michelle, on y va? Martin?
Yes, I hear you. I hope.
Okay, can you share your screen again?
So I will share again. Sorry for that. There were mistakes with PowerPoint.
No problem. Oh.
I hope everything's okay. Sorry for that. You can see the 5 thematic working groups which we used for definition.
I only see you.
Sorry?
I see you. I don't see your presentation.
Not my presentation?
Nope. Okay, kick in. Go ahead.
Okay. So is it okay now?
Martin, it's okay. Go ahead.
You can see the 5 thematic groups which we were in cooperation with association experts: search and rescue, structure fires, landscape fires, natural hazard, and also CBRN, which was a part of our working group. As we know, CBRN is a really large area of activities, and we had the view from the substances like chemical, biological, radiation, nuclear explosives. We were talking according dealing substances like a transport, also like a technological failures, like a natural processes or abusing of all of these substances. On the beginning, we decided that for discussion between the group of experts and also definition of common capability challenges will be based on the common scenarios. We had 3 workshops. During the first workshop, we tried to discuss the chemical accident. That was the chemical accident during the transport. We also discussed the using dirty bomb, like a terroristic attack. It was the second part of the first workshop because all of that was discussed. On the second workshop, we discussed the high infection disease. And on the last workshop, we discussed multi-risk emergencies or intervention in the specific environment and long-term impact on goal. There were a main goal to learn gradually from the previous steps, step by step. In the first scenario, a high-speed railway line will lead to a railway accident involving the truck carrying dangerous substances in the tanks, chlorine compounds, flammable substances in the tens of tons, and passenger transport. There were several hundred people, for example. The accident occurs at the edge of the urban agglomeration with the water resources and the industrial zone. The problem was that the driver drove into the railroad crossing shortly before the high-speed train arrived, and the collision of the tank and leakage of dangerous substances broke into the vehicle. Passenger train derailed due to the impact. People were injured by accident and immediately threatened by leaking chemical. In the second scenario, a terrorist group declares that it has radiological material and is ready to use it anywhere in Europe. The terrorist group will present demands saying that if we don't comply, it will do the attack. And at the music festival, which is attended by several thousand people, an explosive system containing the radiological material will explode. Due to the explosion, several dozen people are injured, and explosion system was attacked to the people, and the dispersion of radiological material into the environment of the place where it was attacked. Radiological material contaminates people, vehicles, and also terrain. All of the space was contaminated. Immediately after the explosion, a terrorist group declares that a dirty bomb has been used, and this information will get to the place of the festival, also participants, within a short space of time. And it means that there was caused in panic of everyone. And first workshop results were written into the personnel procedures and equipment tasks and discussed what is the main challenge of the scenario. The main challenge was focused on the real picture of the situation and all of the steps we have to do. There were compared solution suggestions and were evaluated results, as you can see. Results were focused in search and rescue operations with main parameters: large number of injured people, large number of rescuers or units we need, large space for intervention. There were discussed and solved principles of command and control capability of commanders, specific tactical procedures, and detection equipment tools. All of these principles are linked by the need for a common dictionary. It was the important challenge of that. In the second scenario, there was described situation of global spread of disease, for example, currently solved COVID disease, also coronavirus disease. The information was limited at the time, and we divided the problem into parts, and there were shared experiences. Main cause tasks, generated needs, and in working groups were found next common challenges. We generally evaluated priorities in fast detection, common approach, communication strategy. On the other hand, we were focused in resistance of the first responders and plan of vaccination, capacities of hospital care, and mobile laboratories. According personnel, procedure, and equipment tasks, we found common challenge in education of people, cheap and practical detectors, and also important is education of people and unique system of data collection and verification. And it means that we have to use the unique system of communication regarding all units are involved. There are global goals and local goals verified. In the local field, it's necessary to set up the system of hygiene and personal protective tools. In the global, there are mentioned probability of the uniform evidence medical devices, which we need immediately. Necessity is education based on the knowledge of individual countries. Regarding general description of gaps, main challenges and procedures we found important link between training, standard operation procedures, and international data gathering. There are also needs for a common dictionary in these gaps again. Again, the same common dictionary for everybody who is involved in the situation. According to previous scenarios, were mentioned specific events, I think on local space and local ground. In the third scenario, we cumulate risks were described there in the long run period. We discussed situation with many affected people and victims and also related circumstances. Regarding first responder scenario, solved case of a global disaster with limited support from neighboring countries, region, and local unions. Challenges mentioned as a situation with many risks on a large area. Regarding the scenario, we were focused in influence of media and social media, improving power of public disapproval, shortages of basic foodstuff and sources. Also, there are assumptions of impact in economy also, employment and traditional life values. Prediction of impact will be difficult, and it's very important to recognize it on beginning recognizing. Analyze risks more effectively and plan for preparedness. Improve cooperation between regions and states. Prepare the population and increase its resilience to situations associated with emergencies in specific conditions. And improve standard operations procedures again. And also, there is a necessary improve resilience of first responders, and it's what I heard in projects which were presented, for example, as a melody training or the other one today. Most important capability challenge for now is prediction of industry chemical substances for terrorist attack. Most important improving capability challenge for the future is improving of population resilience. Less important capability challenge for now is improvement of resilience of first responders, and less important capability challenge for the future is developing procedures for operation and training. We have to consider differences and common ground between CBRNE incidents and other incidents. Where are the links? Generally look to the results from first, second, and third part of workshops. We divided according scenarios and tried to make definition of important things for the common language and the terms of the success be needed to discuss on the national level and international level also. We need to work with new technologies. We need to have media strategy because the media are very, very strong and they are able to develop the situation worse, but also they can help us if we talk. We need to educate people, improve resilience of the people. We need also have the concept of the training and lessons learned. We need to have a national plan and we need international planning with the respect of EU planning sources. We need to have information management, not just of internal and course of. We need to have the standard operation procedure and the common capacities. But what is the necessary to say that there is a priority of common language, common terms for understanding the words which are connected with CBRNE and all next intervention we have to solve. there is also important to say that we had to find similarities in project areas, and we also cooperate with the other projects. Many of projects are linked or are similar in sharing of knowledges, of finding the priority of training or looking for the better and better possibility of technology development. And for example, we were in connection with proactive, Inotis, and Circle projects, which are also important for knowledges in these CBRNE projects. So thank you for attention for now.
Thank you, Martin. Do we have any question for Martin? Michelle is here, but he knows that we have, from the Melody viewpoint, I think we could help each other in any way we can. We have developed, you have identified a number of things that need to be addressed, and we can provide assistance on that. So we will be running until the end of this year, and my offer is to try to get the sort of joint action that we can cross-fertilize. If there are no questions.
Actually, I'm not sure if I'm in position to ask questions.
Yes,
or
you are. Yes, you are.
Answer.
Yes, you are.
It will be short, and I'm not Olga. I'm not necessarily asking you, but I'm referring to what you said, that there is possible cooperation in terms of additional testing, exercise, access to the training field. If I understood it correctly. It's great. I really appreciate, and I will contact you on that. Probably because every hardware development, especially hardware development in this area, is just preparation of the generation of the hardware, then testing some measurement sessions, and then re-engineering a next generation of the hardware. So it is crucial in EU sense. We planned to have 3 generations of the hardware during the project. We prepared 4 generations, and actually today we have even ideas for the next generations of the hardware. So it is crucial. But also in the project, when the technology for end users is created, then they need to be involved from the very beginning. So if I want to have something, to prepare something, that at least I won't have a slight chance that they will be using it in the future, the technology needs to be end-user driven. It needs to fit to current procedure, to the manner that they are using, to the current operating procedures. So, as I mentioned, this help that you are offering is great, but to some extent, of course, we have it covered from the very beginning, and probably every project where the technology for end users is created covered it to some extent. But what we do not cover, and to be honest, we really need that help. And now I'm addressing this question to everyone because I really don't know. Is there any European initiative that is collecting public procurements on this issue in Europe? Because it's not something that I will probably sell in private sector. Selling CBRN technology system, the most probably we need to wait for the public procurement. Is there any initiative, something that closes us to market, closes technology development to the people that are actually willing to pay for it, not use it, because I'm not afraid about end users. If the technology is good, they want to use it, even instantly, but they are not the ones who are paying. Thank you, and I will not say any single word more.
I may have part of an answer for you. There's the e-procurement network, who is actively working on, coordinating solutions. They're doing a very great job. That is also funded by DG Home. And there's also what we're doing in the Stair for Security, with the Stair for Security ecosystem that I will present this afternoon. So the idea is to make sure that we identify the needs, that we agree on what the needs are, what there is to be done, how we should be doing it, what are the available solutions, are there areas where we all need research, specifically on this and this, matching our needs. And of course, nothing is going to move on without procurement. So the procurement is part of the ecosystem. We can think of building, how do you say, the programs. We don't have agencies, but we're clever people. We can find out, select a tool, select something that is working for everyone, or interoperable system, develop the related standards to support these evolutions and to secure our investment. This is possible, this is available, so we'll have to rely on the e-procurement network. That's what they're here for, and the Stair for Security platform and ecosystem, which is built to target, to give you the possibility to identify where you should be going.
It is exactly what we need. We just need a chance to compete. We need to know that someone in Europe wants to buy it, and then we will just be competing. Either I prove my technology is better or not, but we want to have this awareness.
So thank you very much for your question, because I think what we should be achieving now, after all these wonderful research and networking and cross-fertilization, is effectiveness.
Would applaud to that. Yes, please. Give the mic. There is a mic there.
Thank you indeed for the question. I'm also representing a private company that produces technology to manage CBRN threats, respond to national public alerts and similar. And it's fascinating how much research is going into this, but there is a lot of technology available, tested and deployed already. So allow us to just inform you and participate to public procurements, on a competitive basis, but let us show, what the technology is already up for. Because as private sector companies, all the investment goes in the product, constantly updating it. Every configuration that we do for our customers informs the product additionally and makes it more compatible with additional needs, specific emergency cases, so we can enrich your research with the application of it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do you have a short question, please? With the long introduction.
No, my recommendation to Martin Nikula would be, in the end of his presentation, he talked about terms like need of common language, common understanding, common technology, common operational picture, or something. Everywhere that is common in front of these terms, there is information processing behind that. And I would be happy, and I recommend strongly, to put terminology from information science and applications into these descriptions of future development needs that we have. And then we get into digital semantic interoperability and these things. And that would make more clear that to handle the complexity that is also showed convincingly in these presentations and the need for the immediate, more or less immediate future would be possible only in much more informatics, applied informatics from the store, products put in there visibly, not hidden, but there are certain people that also understand that in practice, what is behind the screen there, and that would enable much more interoperability, digital interoperability, not only management interoperability. We have to be clear with these terms too. Thank you very much for that short question or remark.
Okie doke. Thank you much. If you don't have any questions, if there are no questions online, I would like to invite Olga, and then we wrap it up and we go for lunch. Thank you to the speakers. I think there is plenty of room for interaction after lunch or during lunch and in the rest of the day and tomorrow as well. So I would like to thank you, my colleagues next to me, and I would like to keep Olga to wrap it up.
Okay. So thank you all the speakers, all the projects with whom we made this session. Thank you the audience. Thank you for all your questions today. In summary of our questions and all the discussions, so I could say that it seems that the synergies, the links between all our projects are very evident, very obvious. So all our projects are complementary. Starting from this network of practitioners, network of CBRN training centers, we collaborate with Melody on training, on the harmonized training curriculum. We collaborate with including on specific area, on radiological and nuclear training. We collaborate with FireIn on also a specific area on the fire brigades, on this aspect of CBRN response. We collaborate with Proactive on very important, very challenging aspect of social involvement of vulnerable groups of population. And I would like to underline here that during the exercises, and as Grigori mentioned in his presentation, it is not going to be actors, there's going to be real vulnerable people participating in the exercises, which is something very challenging, extremely challenging, but very exciting. We are looking forward to it. As Dominic rightfully mentioned, it is absolutely not a smooth process to go and to prepare such an exercise, because it is a big challenge and responsibility for training centers to accept such an audience, such trainees, such participants. It is not a really normal practice for them. It will be the first experience like this, and we want to see how it will go. Of course, we are pretty sure that it will go very nicely. We hope so. Both training centers and Proactive, they are doing excellent job, amazing job on discussing and preparing all this organization. It is a lot of work, and it is, but it makes sense because, as Patricia rightfully said now, all the essence of our collaboration is finally effectiveness. It's not just for the pleasure to play together, but it's actually to achieve some good results, which we are going to promote forward. And exactly as Philippe mentioned, yes, sustainability and interest of member states in this, all our results, all our projects, it is a crucial factor for our continuation, for sustainability of the results. Here, of course, well, with member states, it is an interesting topic because pity that Philippe is not there now. But so we tried to go through DG Home Security Advisory Group with CBRN national focal points. We were invited only once there. We would like to continue that, to have direct access to the national structures, national training capabilities, for example, but we are not allowed to directly contact these national focal points, and Security Advisory Group was not very proactive, regardless numerous requests on this. So all our approach in finding the local actors, national actors, it is purely bottom up for the moment. We would like also to have it top down. We would like to have some assistance from the Commission from that, because we expect, indeed, member states to be much more involved, better informed about the opportunities, and then take it over. Because finally, exactly what we are doing here, it is not only for this European dimension, it's also for member states. So, okay, this is something what for us to go forward with. Yes, it was very interesting remark of Olivier Salvi about this going for external dimension, for more international cooperation. Indeed, we are looking forward for that. Very promising direction, and makes all the sense because there is clearly interest of all stakeholders. So, yes, and with EU Radion, I hope really to deepen our collaboration, to establish it, and yeah. What?
As I said, with constant measurement, constant measuring of constant measuring is crucial. So whatever help that gives us additional opportunity to perform tests, to measure, is extremely beneficial. Please don't misunderstand me. It is one thing that we need even more. Yeah, so it's the contact with the people that are buying that.
Yeah. Indeed, we'll do our best. Okay, so to conclude this session, yes, thank you very much. And just to say that, as Philippe mentioned already today and yesterday, we are going to continue this in Lille at the CBRNE conference in France very soon in May. We are going to have the next CERIS session in more extended presence. We will be 14 projects, all of the projects who are present today, and plus more. So we will be 14. We will have a slot of the Commission introducing the policy, CBRN policy, by DG Home, by DG ECHO with their Rescue, with GRC. Okay, and then there will be 2 panel discussions with 14 projects. The first panel will be discussing mostly about this response, resilience, preparedness aspects, and the second panel will be mostly devoted to technologies development and looking partially into standardization. So those who will be in Lille, very welcome to attend, because of course we are going forward, we are keeping in touch, we are deepening and strengthening our collaboration for the sake of effectiveness. Absolutely.
We still have time. I have some notes here that I would like to share with you. With regard to the participation or the interaction between Proactive and Melody, we want to further disseminate Melody as a training curriculum. And we had the idea of organizing regional train the trainer activities. So we're using the Campus Vesta event in May to derive a template, and that template will be used to organize additional train the trainer activities at regional scale across the EU. And that brings also the possibility to organize a common exercise, because one of the things we have done before, for instance, is to address the issue of decontaminating a guiding dog for a blind person. That would be one of these weak users that would need support. So we can include that scenario, for instance, and I would invite Proactive to participate in this, and that would be an incredibly amount of added value on that. I would like to participate and
enhance the participation or the joint action with FIRE-IN. And also I would like to help Lucas with the EU rating. I think it's important because we are dealing with first responders, and the sooner you come to a common operational picture, the better, and the better they will be able to protect themselves. I have a remark for Patricia that came out of the discussions we have had with the Melody training curriculum. We are training first responders. Would the training offered by a CBRN center under eNotice be recognized in a different part of Europe? And that brings the issue of accreditation. And whoever gives a Melody, every time we organize a Melody training, people want to have a certificate. We are a research project. We cannot provide, we can say, okay, you have been invited to participate in this exercise, but we cannot provide a certificate of the training of proficiency on CBRN matters. And this needs to be addressed on a European scale. Accreditation, how do you accreditate fire response firefighters training across the EU? If you can find, I mean, mobility in the EU is easier now. How do we address this issue? Good.
Well, first you need to have a standard of your training. You see, you need to have the basic is to have this reference, and so to develop this standard, and then certification means that you have to build, through official processes. Of course, I guess you'd need something that is European, so you may consider what has been done by the HECTOS project. That has developed, look at their solutions. But no, you cannot just, or no. Maybe you can invent in the meantime something like a kind of stamp like eNotice approved or Melody approved or something like this. You can also, if it's not accreditation, certification, something that is as strong, because you won't have this before you build just what I mentioned. You can use the Stereo security platform. I'll explain this to you, because you pretty much can do what you want, and the users ask us to develop some, they call this stamps, must do that. Well, this is binding. This is the way it should be. Any activity should be compliant. Any process should be compliant. Any tool should be considering this way of doing things, of getting organ. So you can also use this very quickly, actually. But for certification, it has to be, it's a process that you have to follow. And so I would advise you to look at what the findings of the HECTOS project.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, because this is a question we have been receiving. Just a moment on that, because otherwise I'll forget the order. And then those organizing scenarios, think of redundancy, please. On communication, we all think that internet will be operational, WhatsApp will be operational, and in a real event, it will not happen. If you have a nuclear power plant outage, for whatever reason, there will not be electricity. How do I communicate then? How do I use pigeons? Okay, we need to train pigeons, but we need to have a redundancy in order to achieve our goals. Also think of hybrid attacks. My colleagues in the UK, when they were responding to the Novichok attack, and two of my colleagues from the former Public Health England were in communication. They actually, one was in charge of response and the other one was in charge of the medical aspect. And they were talking to each other on a daily basis or an hourly basis, updating each other until they started listening and hearing, and the telephones were compromised. So if there is an event, you think that it could be a hybrid event trying to jam your communication as well. So these are my takeaways from this discussion. I think there is plenty of work. We have achieved a lot. I do welcome this initiative, and I will talk to Philippe, and we will talk to Philippe, try to organize also a sort of CERIS event where we invite the industry to showcase their things. And that would be a good thing, because then we're all on the same page. I know that there are some questions there, so quickly, and then, because I'm starving, 1 minute, and then we wrap it up, and then we go for lunch and deserve a glass of wine and this lovely sun. So if it takes longer, you blame him, huh?
Good morning, good day, everybody. It's lunchtime, and I want to thank all of the presentations today for their nice and good presentations. I just have a small question. Up to now, I did not hear CBRNE, and I don't know if somebody in this room knows what is E. It's explosive.
That's classified.
Yeah.
No, it still depends if you have in mind small e or large e, because there's a difference. No, I'm honest. If the small e is considered, then we are talking about explosive precursors, but only in terms of the dirty bomb. So only when they are connected with radiological material.
Yeah, I just have a suggestion that somebody, or in any of the projects which you are studying or the scenarios, it could be to add E somewhere. It's also very helpful, and it is connected to other projects. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Shall I give?
No, we go for lunch.
Just a small comment on this. In NATO terminology, it is CBRN. There is no E.
I'm supporting this part of the scientific community that doesn't want to include E at all. CBRN goes for the mass destruction weapon, and in my opinion, it should be kept for the mass destruction weapon only. We've not included any explosives. Yeah, so it is not obvious, because there are still, this discussion is still ongoing, if it's going to be CBRN E with small e or CBRN E with capital E, but not everyone is in favor of including E into that.
Maybe we need another standard for that. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bon appétit.
Alfa a delta, comunicare dettagli
I feel alone. Thank you. No, they are all, you know, it's very sunny outside, and fortunately there is no swimming pool because it would be even worse. Because yeah, exactly. This is, I tried to negotiate that. I tried to negotiate with the Commission to have systematically a swimming pool, but they did not want. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I need, in fact, it's because my commissioner is Swedish. If she would be from Cyprus, then it would be normal to have a swimming pool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I don't think that we'll have a Tunisian. So, who is participating? We have Janice.
Yes. Janice. And me.
Luigi, Patricia.
And in virtual mode.
Yeah. And you are chairing. Or Janice is chairing. Who is chairing? You co-chair.
Okay,
you just,
co-chair,
you know,
okay.
This is the ideal way to create a mess.
So I will introduce you, and you will introduce me because
yes.
I have to
Wow.
introduce myself.
This is almost love, you know.
Yes.
We were meant to. Okay. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Ah. Hello, hello. So I just only realized now that I have something to say in 5 minutes. So I will try to invent things. Well, I'm very happy because I'm surrounded by 2 chairpersons, and I succeeded to create a mess because Luigi didn't know whether he was a chair and Janice didn't know. So I said, you are both co-chairs. So now they have to handle that in the most proper way. This is a way to create a kind of... Now, I would like to say that this afternoon session is quite it is important for us for several reasons. We have realized that, obviously, security-related standardization is very poorly represented, in fact, in standardization streams for the time being, for a certain number of reasons. One of which is certainly the fact that there are some classified components in security documents which cannot be tackled by standardization, by formal bodies. So we need to still find a solution to ensure that standards can have indeed a component which is classified, and it cannot be done in, I would say, in a classical way. So this is something that needs to be well reflected. We also realize that with a small team at DG Home, we cannot pretend to have an overview of all related standardization activities. So we have decided to refrain from having a kind of I would say to rely on existing networks and to try to avoid pretending to look at the issue in a very holistic manner and do our job. And our job, what is my job, is to ensure that the research which is programmed in Horizon Europe, which is related to standardization, is done in a proper way, is programmed in a proper way. We have a budget which is what it is, and we need to ensure that the money that we are placing in pre-co-normative research, I don't know, but at least pre-normative research is well used. And for this, we want to really ensure that when we are programming a topic, it is widely accepted by the potential users, and not only serving, for example, the interest of industry. We want to ensure that it is important to serve indeed that the industry is obviously interested, but we need to ensure that the policymakers will support the topics and that the practitioners will support the topics, because we don't want to be in a situation where a firefighter or medical urgency people get a standard on their shoulders while they did not, in fact, were not involved in the definition of the standards, and that they do not necessarily agree on the standard. So we want to change a little bit this paradigm and say, okay, now, at least for research, I'm not speaking here about standardization process. I'm speaking here about the research in support to standardization. At least when we decide on new topic, that we have a kind of filter mechanism which ensures that from the policy, industry, practitioners who say, yes, this is interesting for us, and if you do this work in 3 years, we will take it over, and we will ensure that it fly to become a standard or whatever, send workshop agreement, whatever. It can be even a standard operating procedure, which is not a standard, which is something which is accepted in a way as a best practice, something like that. But this kind of dialogue is essential. So it's why, well, it was my welcome address to say that we will be very, very looking at this in the next 2 or 3 years, because we will be programming some topics on pre-normative research. There are things which we did, which are really coming from the top down. That is really a request by policymakers and practitioners. And we have also projects, well, Perti is here, that we have a lot of needs that have been identified, which for us is very, very difficult to decide what are the priorities. And the only way to set priorities in research in support of standardization is to have a filter mechanism and to ask the potential users, what do you think? Otherwise, we have a shopping list which is very, very hard to comply with. And if we would have a 100 million euro budget for only this, it would be all right, but we don't have this money. So we need to be very careful. And with this, I'm very happy to pass the floor to the 2 chairs.
Thank you, Philippe. Thank you for your introduction. Thank you for your efforts in supporting standardization in this domain. So it's my pleasure. To start, we have a very distinguished panel of speakers. One is me, okay. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Giannis Cassiotis from Satways. He is the coordinator of the project strategy, and he will speak about ongoing pre-standardization activity for crisis management interoperability. Please, Ioannis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I have this right. Okay. So, thank you very much, everyone. This afternoon, we're going to be starting our session on standardization with a presentation and an introduction in the ongoing pre-standardization activity for crisis management and interoperability being realized in the context of the strategy project. But before we, let's say, deep dive further into the pre-standardization dimension of the project, let us first introduce you to a brief outline of the project overview. Strategy is a reply to the DRS 03 2019 call on pre-standardization crisis management, including natural hazard and cyber emergencies. It has a foreseen duration of 3 years, 36 months, starting from September 2020 up until the August of 2023, with an overall budget of almost 7 million. It has a consortium consisting of 23 partners, originating from 14 European countries, so that's a considerable geo-dispersion there. And being primarily, let's say, of a standardization nature, it is facilitated and supported by 5 national standardization entities being part of the standardization bodies, being part of the consortium, for ensuring the validity of the procedural endeavor that is being undertaken as within the project. As Philippe already very accurately noted, it also encompasses end users for ensuring just that, let's say, the validity of the assumptions behind the standardization work, so that they do fall under let's say, an exploitable, they do reach an exploitable result. So in that case, the consortium encompasses 6 end-user public bodies that include fire brigade, medical services, law enforcement agencies, civil protection, and command control centers. The other dimensions, including the technical and technological aspect that is brought on board to facilitate the work and, let's say, to realize the standardization work with a more technical dimension is ensured through the participation of 6 SMEs and, again, 6 research and technology organizations. What is strategy in a nutshell? The project aims to contribute the EU pre-standardization process through basically streamlining testing and validating interoperability-related standardization items. This interoperability will refer to both systems and procedures, so it's both on a technical and operational levels, addressing specific operational needs of practitioners involved within crisis management. This effort focuses across a set of 8 thematic areas called streams within the project. And these include search and rescue, critical infrastructure protection, response planning, command control, early warning and rapid damage assessment, chemical CBRNE, basically training, and as also brought up earlier on, terminology and symbology. The main challenge behind this endeavor refers to the case whereby emergencies requiring the intervention of a multi-stakeholder ecosystem brings up interoperability as a critical aspect for success. So also this could, let's say, encompass the case of cross-border incidents whereby, let's say, language barriers and or, let's say, operational practices may also, let's say, different among countries, may also increase the administration overhead. So in this regard, the project plans to utilize pre-standardization for enhancing, let's say, the level of interoperability, leading onwards to the effective and efficient crisis management per se, and let's say having a beneficial impact to the society in general. Behind this, some key considerations have helped, let's say, facilitated, excuse me, the effort for, let's say, focusing our perspective, our effort a bit further. Now, so these considerations refer to the fact that interoperability as a key feature in crisis management, both on a technical and operational and procedural level, is still somewhat inefficient. So there's great room for improvement there. Common standards regarding emergency communication in the area are missing, along with an identified lack of testing and validating standards addressing exactly that, the organizational technical interoperability in a realistic environment. On top of that, there is a lack of standardization regarding the crisis management systems themselves and also their underlying components. And another issue that needs to be, let's say, that would require some enhancement and support is the actual familiarization of all the operational communities and end users with the concept of a validated pre-standardization process and the fact that this would require a persistent integration with the NSB and the relevant industry. Finally, in this context, end users are marginally involved in the standardization process. So this means that they're not deeply involved in the process. And as Philippe also mentioned earlier on, this is something that would be required for realizing standards or pre-standards, actually utilizing this knowledge. Now the strategy is greatly focused, as we are going to explain later on the elaboration of CEN workshop agreements, namely, let's say, the pre-standardization dimension, whereby this is considered as a significant link between R&D being, let's say, the first step of having done, let's say, the first step of bringing in the knowledge and expertise to be later standardized upon, let's say, a procedural processing. And in this context, their use would be a useful tool for the further standardization process. Now, having said that, the project, through its pre-standardization activity, addresses a spectrum of targets that are applicable for the complete cycle of disaster management. So we are basically having in scope all phases, both after and before the disastrous event. And in this context, for all phases, namely response, recovery, mitigation, and preparedness, that are being addressed by a corresponding number of CWAs being elaborated, we have identified a set of concepts and objectives that are applicable, central concepts, that are summarized in the enhancement of understanding of disaster-related risks, the strengthening of integrated risk reduction approaches, the upgrading of technology, and overall the increase in effectiveness and the outreach of standardization towards practitioners and citizens for basically crisis management. As you can see, in the distinct phases of disaster management, we have, let's say, mapped specific streams that are being, let's say, that are focused for elaborating specific CWAs corresponding to that particular phase. How are we going to do that? Well, we have elaborated a conceptual methodology that is, let's say, a meaningful internal work interrelationships within the project. And this conceptual methodology starts with the investigation of all the standardization universe across the considered thematic areas, namely the streams. Subsequently, the effort focuses in the identification of the standardization gaps within the considered thematic streams that are then being prioritized against the actual operational needs brought into the, fed into the effort by end users. These prioritized standardization items are being considered for the elaboration of realistic use cases for each stream, covering, let's say, the selected operational needs that will later be used for providing the testing and validation basis that would lead us to the, let's say, confirmation or further fine-tuning requirements of our end product, which would be a CWA or technical specification document. Of course, the implementation of the standardization activities for each stream will have to be and will be evaluated within the course of a set of tabletop exercises that are being planned for this purpose, and of course a full-scale exercise, which will be a larger physical exercise, validating, let's say, later in the project the whole set of all pre-standardization items delivered. All these methodological steps would eventually lead the project into producing at least 8 CWAs, 4 proposals for new working items, and the drafting of at least one standard. Well, the main concepts in this endeavor is that the overall process is considered to be practitioner-driven, meaning exactly that the practitioners are bringing in the operational perspective into the selection, the most accurate selection of those standardization items that will be mostly meaningful for addressing situations at hand and, let's say, efficiently managing crisis with society as a stakeholder in this regard. The participation of industry in this effort will also contribute with those technical means useful for being led to accurate conclusions. The NSBs, these national standardization bodies, are here to ensure, let's say, the solid procedural implementation approach, and the final outcome will be tested in realistic environments encompassing the tabletop exercises and the full-scale exercise foreseen for the end of the project. Now, this implementation is horizontally facilitated, as we are going to give some indications later on, by products and solutions developed as part of, in the frame of past EU R&D projects. So in this regard, we are making use of tools that have been elaborated as part of past EU projects. A summary of the pre-standardization activity currently at hand. I don't know if it's readable. It's fairly small fonts. I hope you can read it. What we are in the progress of implementing is the drafting of 11 CWAs and workshop agreements that are mapped again here in this table, that are mapped against the 8 thematic streams of the project. So as you can see, regarding search and rescue, we have CWA and the requirements for acquiring digital information from victims during search and rescue operations. Regarding critical infrastructure protection, we have 2 CWAs on emergency management, incident situation reporting for critical infrastructure, and semantic layer definition and suitability of EDXL CAP and EDXL SITREP, situational reporting. So these two refer to the second stream. The third stream, referring to the response planning, is considered with a structuring of emergency response plans of public safety agencies, focusing on incidents such as CBRNE and waste disposal plant emergencies. These are use cases for assessing the overall, let's say, approach for the proposed for the CWA. The command and control stream will focus on the collaborative emergency response, communication and sharing of operational information among stakeholders being engaged in the response of the crisis, and also the management of forest fires on based on the use of the CTAC symbology. The early warning stream will encompass the elaboration of guidelines for effective social media messages in crisis and disaster management, and the emergency management and rapid damage assessment of buildings and alerting protocol. Training as a stream will target the specification for digital scenarios and for search and rescue exercises, and standardization of implementation guidelines for evaluation and assessment reporting of exercises for crisis management. Terminology, being the eighth stream, will target the development of guidelines for the mapping of terminology and icons to be used by in a multi-stakeholder environment for addressing crisis. And we have, let's say, we're presenting stream 6 here in a bit isolated manner based on the fact that they will they will aim at developing technical specification document, which is going to reach a first draft state within the month. And the planned exercises for this is for October 2022. Now, most of these CWAs have had their kickoff meetings during the past few weeks. So they are currently well underway in the drafting process. However, we have one or two, basically, CWAs for Stream 2 that will have their initiating kickoff meeting on the 6th of April. So these pre-standardization activities are found in the project website, and also the official announcements are available in the Senelec portal. Now, the testing and validation phase, as stated earlier, will consist of a two-step approach. The first one, and being the most immediate one, refers to the tabletop exercise, whereby this process aims to test the intermediate results of the CWA or technical specification elaboration process. The ultimate aim is, of course, to receive feedback by end users regarding applicability and benefits relevant to the operational exploitation of the final documents. So it is those exercises that will bring on the core feedback regarding, let's say, a complete test of a full draft, leading on to the identification of further areas for further improvement. Now, the events will be organized during the period from May till October 2022. Of course, further fine-tuning could take place as per the applicable conditions. I hope the pandemic will allow us to realize our plans completely. Each stream is going to be tested in at least one TTX. The organization of the events is homogeneously approached using the XGM methodology. This is an adaptation of TGM, as mentioned earlier by Driver Plus, adapted to the specificities of our project. And all these preparations are well underway. One thing is the expected attendance of the project will include, besides strategy partners, also local, national, international stakeholders for maximizing, let's say, this feedback to be collected. And the final stage of this validation effort will be to realize, to have the full-scale exercise planned to take place around this time next year. This will be, of course, a physical event, a full-scale exercise that will encompass the validation and testing of all CWAs and technical specifications being developed as part of the project, aiming to showcase interdependencies of the different standardization streams, consider their applicability to multiple threats and scenarios, and in this context, collect feedback for supporting the evaluation validation process of the crisis management standardization solution and items themselves. So these will consider a realistic operational crisis management scenarios. Demonstrations will be performed to the extent possible with physical systems and communications, operating on real data for the environmental conditions, of course, and of course realistic data gathered potentially from simulation modeling tools for the disaster and its effect. This again will be, in order to maximize impact, will be targeted to be attended by partners and stakeholders, operational stakeholders, both at local, national, international level. So this concludes my presentation. I'm very happy to be here with you. Please, as you can see here, we have a list of links, both for the project and the social media, where you can find further details about the CEN workshops that we are currently in the progress of realizing. And I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
So just the intention was to add the question at the end.
At the end, okay.
We will have presentation back to back because otherwise we are running out of time. Please annotate your answer for the final session, and we will have all the speakers giving their...
Hello? My turn. And I would be very happy now to announce Mr. Luigi De Dominicis from the RESIST project, who is going to talk about a proposal for a voluntarily CBRN label standard in the context of the RESIST project. Thank you very much, Luigi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And before to dive into technical matters, let me thank Philippe, Simine, and all the BAO staff for the organization of this event. We know that events like this do not happen by themselves. There is hard job behind, so thanks a lot. We are indebted with you. My job today will be easier with respect to the one from Philippe and the others, because this morning, Carlos, with the Melody project, did a very, very wonderful presentation, and most of the general contents of the presentation apply to our project RESIST. It's a project about a training curriculum, about the proposition of a standard, and what we call a CBRNE label, please eliminate E. But what differentiates us from Melody is that we are focusing on some specific scenarios, some specific settings where a CBRN event may take place. We are targeting a critical infrastructure. And also the target groups of our training courses are not all the first responders, are only the safety and security teams from critical infrastructures. We know how much critical infrastructures are relevant for our welfare, for our economic stability. If an incident or allegedly an incident takes place in these premises, there can be consequences of several degrees. But whatever the crisis, the first personnel that have to notify the occurrence of a crisis situation are the operators of the critical infrastructures. Most of the time they are employers from the critical infrastructure. Sometimes they are personnel from a private company that is hired. But in any case, they have a key role. They have to contact the official first responders, the institutional one, possibly with a call to the emergency number, and to notify what is happening. If they perform this task well, most of the job is already done, because the institutional first responder, we know exactly who are the specific resources to mobilize, what is the scale of the incident, and the current information from this personnel, from the critical infrastructure operator, can be the difference between life and death, between incident and tragedy. So you understand now how much is important to develop specific training programs, specific training curriculum for these specific target groups. And this is what our project has done. Okay. The project RESIST is in some way the acronym for Resilient Support to Critical Infrastructure through Standardized Training on CBRN. The project at the beginning was planned in 24 months. There has been an extension. We are nearing the end of the project. That will be 13th of April. The budget is a little bit more than 1 million euros. 7 partners. It is an Italian-Romanian collaboration. The coordination is from SAFE. Here we have Andrea D'Angelo from the coordinating partner. And then we have Istituto Affari Internazionali, Enea, the Fire Corps of Italy, University of Rome, and the Joint Defense CBRN School of Rieti from the Ministry of Defense. And then the Romanian ProEco cluster is a cluster of several organizations. But the very important added value is the participation of 10 pilot infrastructure. It's a voluntary participation. They don't have a budget. This pilot infrastructure has been the very important contribution to the project, because they have made available their personnel for the training courses we have developed, and have made available their premises for final real-life exercises. We will see also a very beautiful video about these exercises. So the objective is clear, is to create a specific training curriculum for the critical infrastructure operators, create this curriculum by following a specific methodology proposed by RESIST, realize these pilot courses, and evaluate how much has been effective these courses in improving the capability of the personnel of critical infrastructure with a specific real-life exercise. Finally, we are submitting to the stakeholders community our methodology. We are submitting to institutional bodies our method. What we propose is to create a CBRN label for the training of critical infrastructure operators. A CBRN label is a graphical logo that each infrastructure can put on his website, on the entrance, to certify that has been properly trained towards this kind of threats. To execute this work plan, we have subdivided the project into different work packages. Phase 1 of the project is the categorization of the most probable CBRN event in critical infrastructure to assess what are the training needs of the critical infrastructure operators. And then it has been developed the proper training curriculum. They have been executed in Rieti at the NBC School of Rieti in the center of Italy. Then we have executed the real-life exercises. We will see how much they have been effective in assessing how much the training curriculum are up to the task. And then the final work package is our proposition, is to make available the wealth of result we are produced to the community, to the standardization bodies. So training need assessment, I go back. Training needs assessment has been a key moment of our project. Training needs assessment is a process in which are identified who are the beneficiaries of our activity, what are their default preparation with regard to the CBRN event, what are the basic level of knowledge and expertise, what are the most relevant cases, some use cases that can happen in the critical infrastructure we have considered, that are transportation, railway and air transportation, energy facility, health facility, and a nuclear installation. Then we have developed the learning objectives that are the basic, the skeleton of our training programs, and with some horizontal training needs that are common to all the different critical infrastructure we are considering. This is the workflow of our methodology. The initial phase has been a vibrant interaction with the critical infrastructure operator, with interview, workshop, questionnaires, to understand what are their needs, what they know, what they don't know about CBRN, and to review the record of historical case of CBRN event in critical infrastructure. This has made possible to develop a list of needs that have been categorized following the operational function from the Melody project. We have used the taxonomy from Melody, and then to develop at the end the table of training needs that are the backbone of the courses that have been developed. What is emerged is reported in this figure that can be read in this way. The less blue lines you have, the more prepared are the critical infrastructure operators. It comes not as a surprise that nuclear operators or nuclear facilities are the more skilled with regard to CBRN event. It is evident. They perform a lot of training courses based also on the standard from the International Agency of Vienna, while the main problems are related with the operator of transportation, both railway and both air transportation, so airport and railway station. With regard to health facilities and energy facilities, we have an intermediate situation. In any case, we have developed 5 different training courses, each one for these different categories, but there are some cross-horizontal training needs that are common to all the operators. Okay, so this is the scheme, the final scheme. We have a training program for each one of the different categories. They takes 5 days. Each training course has the duration of 5 days and is given in English. Here we have the scheme of one of these modules. And as you can see, there are morning and afternoon sessions that are addressing all the training needs that have been identified. At the end of day 5, there is a final tabletop and the field exercise to test how much have been effective the previous face-to-face in classroom training program. Okay, here we have some pictures from the 5 training courses that have been executed in Rieti. More than 100 personnel have been trained from February to October 2021. Here we have a picture of the consignment of the certification, the so-called CBRN label. It's a voluntary label, has no legal value, but is internal to the project. And just to say that during one of these courses, we have had the very much appreciated visit of our Ministry of Defense. Just to say how much the Italian policy is appreciating what we are doing. Real-life exercise. There has been a series of real-life exercise in Italy and in Romania. The last one has been executed yesterday in the Milan railway station. We have had also one in the Space Communication Center of Aquila, that is the most important space communication center in Italy. A series of events in Romania, one in the airport close to Bergamo, one in a port in Sicily, and another one in the nuclear premises of Enea. I think that it's possible to give a short video about these activities. I ask the...
Alfa a Delta, comunicare dettagli rispetto alla posizione dell'uomo e della vettura.
Okay, thank you. The soundtrack was not the relaxing music of yesterday evening. It was a rock soundtrack. I hope that Felipe appreciated it. Just as final remarks. So you have seen institutional first responders collaborating with operators from critical infrastructure. This has been a very important added value. When something happens in a critical infrastructure, there must be a cooperation between the two different entities, and we tested during our exercises this part. So and there should not be an handover of the situation. The critical infrastructure operator must be an added value and collaborate in their limit within specific perimeter with the institutional first responder. This has been a very important part of our project. To conclude my presentation, way ahead. So first of all, we made available to whole other project working on standardization, to institutional bodies working on this matter, our results for possible cross-fertilization of our achievements. We are targeting a new project, a follow-up of RESIST with the involvement of specific critical infrastructure like airports, because we have seen that they are the one which deserve more attention information from this point of view. And obviously, we would like to have the more relevant involvement, engagement of regulatory bodies, and okay, also to expand the target groups that can benefit from this kind of training. From my side, that's all. I would like to thank you for your attention. For further information, please follow our project website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Well, I would now like to pass the floor to the chair of CEN TC 391, Mrs. Patricia Compart, who is going to talk to us about the effort towards the enhanced governance of research and support security-related standardization, also including the achievements of the STAIR for Security project. Thank you very much, Patricia. The floor is yours.
You're welcome. Good afternoon to everybody, and also to our viewers online. So I'm going to talk to you about another project. Sorry about this. It's a project that has ended in June last year. But there will be a following up. I don't know exactly which consortium, but this is why we're talking about this. It's because it will not only have a legacy, it will have a following up, and it's a sustainable ecosystem that you really have to know about, because it's pretty much wrapping up what you're doing. So some STAIR for Security achievements. First, I'm going to quickly tell you things that you already know, but I need to insist on the fact that we are going to have a much deteriorated security situation in the coming years. This means that the life of the people in charge, the firefighters, the police, and all the practitioners and policymakers is gonna be terrible. And there's no way we can face the situation with our current organizations, fundings, and we definitely need to invest a lot to transform our organizations to develop and implement innovative solutions. Of course, when you know the EU context, which makes it even more difficult, it's not just only multi-stakeholder response, which is required, but also most of the preparedness and response is in the hands of the member states, whether it's national or local. So there are 27 member states, and there are also the EU institutions, and we're working in 24 different languages, which is very challenging. Of course, there is a lot of things already available, research already available, very good solutions. And knowing this difficult security situation we're facing and will be facing in the coming decades, we have a strong demand of the European citizens to increase their security and their safety accordingly to new stakes. Think of what happened with COVID-19. I mean, they're entitled to this high level of security, and we're all one of these people. So, what is STAIR for Security? It's a project that has built a pre-standardization enabling ecosystem made of a platform governance system, and it's supported by an e-learning tool. So I will talk to you about mostly the platform and the governance system. What is important to understand is that STAIR for Security is driven at policy levels, and it is built from users' perspectives and needs. I think it's a fiction, like we used to say, you know, in Horizon 2020, well, let's take the needs of you would call them the end users, instead of practitioners or policymakers. And then let's take the needs of the research, and let's take the needs of the industry, and we'll mix it up, and we'll end up with a solution matching everybody's needs. This is nonsense. What we need to do is support preparedness and response capabilities of the people in charge, and the people in charge are the policymakers and the people who enforce these policies, and they're from public and private sectors, but then when you support them, life of the research and the industry is made much easier because they know exactly what to do to sell their products and find interesting research that will be potentially implemented. So, what is pre-standardization? You know, we're standardization people. We are very rigorous. We like to have our concepts straight and our scopes framed. We like to know what we're talking about and make sure that we're all speaking about the same thing. So I will give you a definition of the pre-standardization. It's building up the forward-looking big picture of standardization of your business, you know, and it allows you to better understand your research and innovation needs, your standardization needs, and of course, knowing just what I said, it's particularly needed in the EU context where everything is so fragmented when the risks are ignoring boundaries and borders. So pre-standardization, most of the time you do it without even knowing it. Most of it is done within standardization preliminary processes. Before we decide to move into standardization, there is a long time of reflection on how to make sure that we are developing something that we need, where it fits, and so on. Of course, we use the results of EU-funded projects, and there are many, many very valuable ones. And especially, the findings, speaking of my TC, which is TC of the security policies, we also use the results of the CSAs, the practitioners' networks, that are very valuable for to understand the needs and gaps. We also follow the best practice guide. Best practice guide is you will have a development later on with Tom Flynn's presentation. It has been invented by European Project. It's a methodology to develop pre-standardization that is based on business needs, and it's very pragmatical, and it's been proven working. Or you can develop SEN workshop agreements. So, what are pre-standardization requirements? Well, I'm glad I'm able to bring you these findings of the STER4SG project. If you want to be effective, don't try to do anything before you are coordinated. You can develop a project with a few countries, and if you don't have the needs already coordinated for as many countries as you want, and then move on their consolidated needs, you're never going to get any implementation of what you're doing. The other thing is you should check the relevance and the feasibility of your pre-standardization to your business. And sometimes you just stop with your idea because it's not feasible, it's not a good idea, it's not relevant, it's already there. You should check your environment because, yes, before you move on, you really know what's your environment. This is absolutely key. What is available, what has been already done, who are the people supposed to be supporting you. So that's key in any business. And then you should get the required partner engaged in the process from the start. You see, we spend a lot of time and effort trying to disseminate results of research projects. And sometimes they're very good results and very interesting, and they could work, and so on and so forth. You may have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 member states there, lots of very strong agencies here that would be happy to implement this. But you know what? No one is going to pick it if they're not involved in the definition of the result from the start. So you should get them engaged as soon as you can. I don't like to use the term end users. To me, they're not end users. If they're not in the process from the beginning, there's very little chance that they will use what you're doing because it's not their baby. You know, free-standardization does lots of things. We've seen this, you know, looking at all these very interesting projects in this area today. They do, you know, I'm not going to develop on this, but, you know, we've spoken of, you know, common language, which is just the base. You don't go anywhere if you don't have a common language. Incident detection, measurement, assessment, which is very important, especially for CBRNE, because, you know, the quickest you know where you are, the best it is. Situation awareness and all these topics, of course, we should be able to address in order to support preparedness and response. What does the Surface Review platform provide? Well, it's more than what we thought at the beginning, because it is interactive. It is not just something that you consult to get information. It enables stakeholders, policymakers, and practitioners, as well as the people helping them, supporting them, industry, SMEs, academics, to connect, to interact, and to contribute to platform resource and services. It provides easy access and use of relevant information, including standardization information, technical solutions, best practices, guidelines that they require to strengthen their day-to-day business. Well, it's important. It's not just, oh, let's see what we can do to enforce our coordination. It's also about supporting any security stakeholder anywhere in Europe, even to solve their very local, everyday problems, you see. And again, the platform is designed by and for the users and to meet their needs. So how does this work? We have features. I'm not going to develop a lot of these features, but I just want you to understand. At the beginning, the idea that the Commission had was just the search and discovery. Well, it's important because, you know, there's so much there that we should know, and it's very difficult to have access to this information because it's just spread all over the place. You cannot know what every project is doing. You're never sure that this is matching this and this and that. It's more than a full-time job to do that. So what we do is we have designed a taxonomy matching the way the practitioners, firefighters, policymakers organize their work. So we make sure that if they make a research on this and this and that, I mean, I want to enforce training, I want to enforce, or you can have a general question, or you can have a very precise question, and then we will bring you the information you need in front of your eyes. So it's a very optimization of data management, and you'll be able to find whether it's a standard, whether it's a deliverable for a project that would exactly match what you say, whether it's any kind of reference that you need to secure or support your activity or your project or whatever. Then we have developed a networking mechanism. Well, this is, you know, the user's favorite. We didn't think of that, but this is what makes it so interactive. It's to summarize, it's a kind of Facebook for the stakeholders, and you pretty much develop what you can do. Just anything I will develop later on. You create groups, you manage them, and you know this. You can do lots of things with this networking mechanism. There's an engagement channel. If you want to reach out and find other partners, there's a consultation channel and a governance mechanism. So in practical, what can you do? Well, with the search and discovery, you very quickly, very easily, you build up the forward-looking picture of your business. I have a convener of my working group, too, in my TC said, well, if I had this, I had this, it would have saved me a year and a half of research, because everything I needed was already there, and I didn't have a mean to know that, So you may solve a problem by finding out that, the standard, the network, or the solution that you need already exists. Or you find out that it doesn't exist, and then maybe you have an area for your research, planning, or whatever. The networking mechanism, well, this is, I cannot think of everything, because it's when the users use the platform, they have ideas that my brain is not even able to conceive, and everybody have their own ideas, so it's infinite, all the capabilities. But the idea behind this was to break the silos. You don't work with these people because you're not in the same project, or we have a silo that thinks that only firefighters are involved in CBRN preparedness and response. Well, how about having also the police or emergency medical services? You see, so or having this specific NGO that you definitely needs in such case. Well, or have bring in this 2 or 3 companies that are able to provide you the solution that you may be able to implement, because this matches the particular topic of your working group. It's infinite what you can do with that, and you're pretty much free to do what you want. And also with the engagement channel, you can request wider communities. Maybe if you say, okay, we need to implement this, but it has to be shared. We only have 10 member states who would need more. So you can use the engagement channel. The consultation channel would be more for DG Home and other organizations to check or to make sure that we can validate some results. Because if we have consulted, validate, if we have stamps, if we have must, if we have, oh, this is the standards of procedure, we can build on that, we can move on. Okay, so the governance of staff for security, I'll be quick on this one, but it's important that you know, because you may be involved in the governance as well. The development is participatory, but so is the governance. We use the engagement of the community. It's community-based. We absolutely need the business expertise. We need the whole range of the business expertise. It is business oriented needs. So we need those people there in the governance. We need the market relevance, which is different. Is it really needed? And we need a validation process. We are thinking of what we should put in place, but I guess that we mentioned this problem this morning. We should find a validation process implying the member states and the procurement, for instance. There's a steering committee and all these, regular IT management bodies there. So the users are involved in the design and the enforcement of the platform rules. That's very important. If you're familiar with social media, for instance, you understand that rules are important on what you do and what you don't want to do. The users play a key role in that data strategy design. This is key. So it's good if they have some kind of data strategy skills and IT management skills as well. The users ensure the quality, the relevance, and the completeness of the data that is gathered on the platform. That's very important for the users. And they support the exploitation and the validation of the data produced through the platform. It's not just about bringing in your findings, your deliverables that you can, disseminate and bring a legacy to. It's also what you build on the platform that is important. So, in brief, you can capitalize on your own results through the platform. What's also very important, you know, we spoke about effectiveness this morning. So now that we know that we definitely need to support preparedness and response, and we already have lots of good solutions available, how about picking one or a few and implement them, you know? So, and not everything has the same value. Not everything is worth it. Not everything is going to be on the platform if it's not approved by practitioners. If they say this matches the needs well enough, partially, it will be on the platform. If they say no, doesn't, it won't be on the platform. And then we will have to make choices, you know. Some people may not be happy about this, but yes, we will, you know, invest, develop solutions that we need. Yes, okay. So well, I will move on to next slide because I only have 2 minutes left. And this is important that you see the expected outcomes that we have for different stakeholders. These are the ones that we, in brief, that we can think of. But for policy makers and practitioners, there are many, as you can understand. I'll let you read this. I will emphasize what I didn't mention, which is. Well, you optimize your investments. You're much more effective because, well, you spend your money doing things and not just thinking of what the hell should we be doing, you know? It's important also for research and industry because they have the way to optimize their investments, commercial or technical investments. They benefit from the single market also. And also, you know, when you have a solution that is implemented in Europe, that is matching a standard and so on, it's a very strong lever for exploitation outside the single market as well. And for the public, the benefit from the public is probably the most important thing, and I'm going to end on with this one. Which is that we will have the level of security that we need, an effective one, more effective one. We'll have something that is quicker, safer, cheaper, and we'll have more effectiveness also for our investments, which means that the taxpayer will stop to pay for projects that stay on the shelves. It's also very important for the EU, for the Commission, to have a much better view for their pre-programming policy, because now they will know what the actual needs would be, what the priorities are, and maybe what they should fund or not fund anymore. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Patricia, for your presentation. We are running in delay, so I ask to Tom Flynn if he can join online for the pre-standardization activity in NoFear project.
Luigi, I'm here. Thank you all very much. So if I can share my screen, is that possible? Can you see my screen?
We are waiting for your screen to appear in the room.
Let me share it now.
The technicians are working to solve the problem.
Can you see my screen?
Still not. We are waiting for...
Okay.
We will let you know as soon as the problem will be solved.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. And while we're waiting, just to iterate what Patricia was saying, because I work with Patricia on the stress security project, and it's an excellent project. But one of the things that is going to come from it is the capability where when you need something, you can get onto the portal and find it. And if you're starting a new project, for example, why start from the beginning when there's already so much information there that will help you to kind of select or choose or engage with somebody who's already worked on it. So I think the portal over time will become more like a tool for cost-effective resilience. And that's the way I think it's going to go. I think it will expand over time, and it will be very, very beneficial for anybody starting up a new project, because there's so much information that practitioners will need, and it's there on the portal. So I think we're going to have a lot there as well.
Okay, so now we look your face. I don't know if you have to share the screen, or otherwise the presentation is controlled by our PC.
Let's see what happens.
Okay, so try to share.
I see myself twice.
Okay, we are waiting for your presentation to appear in our room, in the screen.
Okay, well. Are we making progress?
No.
It tells me I'm sharing on my end.
Are you sharing it?
Are you trying to share your presentation?
So I'm not getting any further. Is there somebody who has access? Can they share it from there? And I'll speak and they can go to the screens. That might be better.
So can we share from? Okay, now yes, perfect. You can start. Thank you, Tom.
Hey, thank you, Luigi. So again, everybody, thank you very much for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but next time I will be. So what we're going to do today, I know you're running behind schedule, so I'll try to move quickly on this one. What we're going to do is talk to you about the no fear pre-standardization work that's kind of going on. We're going to talk about standardization in general, which I think is important to know, and pre-standardization. And then rapidly move to better practice guide initiative, which Patricia mentioned previously in her previous presentation. So that's the plan. So the No Fear project, fundamentally, it's a project that's been running since 2019, and it's all about the area of emerging medical services. And it's trying to find out where gaps exist and also come up with innovation needs going forward. So it's focused on that specific area. It does cover CBRNE, but it also addresses 3 specific areas, and they are acute care of the patient, as you can see, work package 3, acute care operations, security-related incidents, and training and education of personnel and volunteers. That's the area that's ongoing. There's a portal set up, and it's updated regularly. So there's a lot of information that you can find in this specific area going forward in your specific needs. I've got quite a sizable network, and there's in excess of 250 participants, practitioners involved in this, and we've also got decision makers and policy makers, and you can see hospitals, about 60 people, city organizations there, ambulance service 63. So all these people are working as an entity, communicating. We meet periodically every 6 months. There's workshops being organized, and it's all about integration, sharing knowledge and understanding, so we can find where the operation gaps exist and so forth. Suppliers and academic networks. So if you're an IT provider or you have some hardware which is relevant to it, get involved, and you have an opportunity to meet potential A customers, but be also those involved in the area, so you can exchange knowledge and understanding. And as I said earlier on, we're focused on 3 areas: acute care of the patient, acute care operations, security relations, and training and education for personnel and volunteers. So that's the area. The details here, you can see that's the boss, Francesco. So if you want to join us at any moment, there's the link to the portal, and you can just log on that and register, and details will come to you about workshops and events we're going to have going forward. So that's very briefly what it is about the No Fear project. I'm acutely aware of time, so I'm moving quickly as I possibly can. Now, we move to the area of the emergency service and first responders. You face, and we all face, several challenges, and this has become known for considerable time. One of the issues that we've had is standardization. It's been repeated many a time. I spoke at the event in person where you are on the area of standardization with Patricia and Luigi on several occasions, but the issue is still remaining. So we're working on that now to go forward. And these are some of the reasons why standardization stakeholders, process, and legacies are unknown to most people. And that word standardization actually is a problem, People don't respond positively towards it. It's a turn-off. So we are addressing that one. So if you are a business expert or you need some information, we're suggesting when it comes to standardization, go talk to the technical committees, go talk to the working committee. The issue of CWAs, there's a misconception. They're not standards, and they have been perceived to be as pre-standards, where in fact they're documents of interest to some, but not necessarily a standard. So I think there has to be a kind of a clarification in that specific area. So the whole purpose of saying this to you is that perhaps not CWAs in the pre-standard light. They are certainly the documents of interest to many, but I question whether or not they are actually pre-standardization. Why is that? Well, because if you look at the amount of CWAs being produced to date, not an awful lot have actually become full standards. So they've been lying there, and perhaps what they are documents that avoid going to the technical committees, because that's how it works presently at the moment. So I have a question about whether or not they are effective. So here are some examples of terminology standards which exist. They're there. And the reason why I'm showing them is because there is, like, I think, a CWA which has its own terminology in these specific areas. So what it can do is actually cause confusion. And I think, please, if you want to develop standards, absolutely do. Go talk to the technical committees. Perhaps you could see standards bodies in the sense of a newspaper man at the corner selling the newspapers. But the detail of what you want to do actually comes from the journalists. So the technical committee are more like the journalists, and they're the people you need to talk to. The people on the other side are with the promoting standardization. So for pre-standardization, they're more like the people selling the papers, and that's the analogy I use. It's no disrespect to anybody. It's just the analogy I'm using at the moment, and I hope you get it. So please go to the technical committees and find out exactly is your idea good, or can it be integrated into perhaps an existing standard of theirs. So that's a starting point for everybody. This is what I said previously. A few standards actually lead to full standardization. They are an attempt to pre-standard, absolutely, but sometimes they're done by the wrong people. What you need, again, as I say, have the practitioners, have the people involved in technical committees engage in the whole process. And I said previously, and I think it's down here again, that it can actually lead to confusion when it comes to standardizations. Then CWs are not standards, and that needs to be emphasized. It's not, but people see it that way. So I think we have to be very careful with that. Based on the Encircle project, which was very important for what going forward, we found that there were many issues. And again, in No Fear, working with people and finding out, we found many problems when it comes to standardization. And here's just an example of what some of the problems we have. Practitioners do not see standards in the positive light. And this, as I said, has been repeated for a number of years. Standards exist that are not known or not needed by those who are expected to use them. So standards exist, they're there. But the practitioners don't need them. They won't use them. And this has come from some of the results from the Encircle surveys. Willingness to engage in standards, it's absolutely not to the foreground of operation procedures. If I was to ask you, will you develop a standard, or will you buy a protection gear? I mean, obviously the answer is that we're going to buy the protection gear, because that's obviously more relevant to us. So standardization don't actually get the level of attention that perhaps they need. And Tricia was very clear in what you said earlier on about how important standardization will be when we go forward. The second thing, point 4, is that time involved with use of standards can be an issue. There is a time frame, and it takes time to put these pieces together and get approval and so forth, and away we go. And it can be costly, and that's the one thing which I think it's rudimentally a problem with where we stand. That cost can be quite high. So we're saying to if you want to go down the standardization route, please go talk to the experts. But I think it's appropriate to say to you, go talk to the technical committees specifically, because they are the people. They're like the journalists. They know what we're doing, what they're going to write about, and what's needed. So please talk to them. I think that's your first point. To certainly go to the standards bodies. That's my message. Now, based on all the work we've been doing to date in No Fear, and it's gone further afield as well, we come up with an initiative which is trying to help practitioners kind of go forward. And we call this the Better Practice Guide Initiative. Now, when we say better practice, people will listen to you when they say better practice. If you mention standardization, they'll walk away. They don't want to know. So the better practice concept allows people to do things to the foreground. And this is what we're going. So what we're doing with this better practice guide is that we're now empowering individuals to actually contribute to the development of the guides and the process. So we're encouraging more. So rather being going through the mechanism which is present in the CWA, where you've got to engage with SEN, have a secretary who's from an NSB. No, we don't necessarily need them to develop the standard or the pre-standard. We ourselves have the capability to do that. So what we're doing, the Better Practice Guide, is trying to capture that essence and make sure that when we put something in place, that it's actually designed specifically for the practitioners and the emergency services to do that. And that's been the hallmark of this fresh initiative being developed at present. Like the European Commission also, I think we're very active in the area of standardization. And the one thing which I think is highly prevalent in this area is that they talk about cost savings. So promotion applications of common standards across the sector can contribute to cost savings in terms of production runs and cost management and operational effectiveness by enhancing interoperability. These are very, very key, important words and a very important paragraph that the Commission have set out when it comes to civil defence space. And because they recognise it, that done right, it can have a huge implication in terms of operational cost and effectiveness. So I think echoing what Patricia said earlier on, it's going to become very, very important as we move forward, especially in light of recent events. If we move forward, yes. So we're saying now that what we want to do is put in something, an initiative, and it's been worked on, that allows the practitioner to develop something that's at low cost. This is very, very important because we want more to be developed, and cost is always a problem when it comes to this specific area. So practitioners can work to develop the better practice guide that works for them, and the echo there is that works for them. This is very, very important. We do it at low cost. At this stage, before we go to full standard, you don't need to have SEN and NSBs engaged in the process. It's not necessary at all. Once you go to the standardization arena, absolutely, but not at this stage. So pre-standardizations do not necessarily need SEN NSBs. To me, they're the people who sell the paper, the corner shop. What matters is the practitioners, who are, in those cases, like the journalists, and they know what's needed, and they do the writing. They know what's needed, and that's who we're doing it. It's driven from an upward by practitioners. I think this message coming out loud, clear, and shared knowledge thereby strengthening trust and understanding. So we got to get it working to the people who matter, and that's the driving force of it. And then we'll go on a European scale. You may decide, if you're a practitioner, that you don't want to go to full standard. That's absolutely fine. So the repository that we're going to put in place will be there, and it will be known as the Better Practice Guide, and it will exist within an existing repository, and anybody can access, provided that there's no security issue on it. It will be an open model, and anybody can get onto these and access them. I think that's very important. We allow that to happen, but we have to be very careful when it comes to security and make sure there's no security breach when these guides are produced. And that's going to be a critical part of the operations that would have to form. So these are the people who are driving it. You got this guy Flynn on the very top. I think you're talking to him now. Patricia, who has been just speaking to you about the Start Security very much about. David Crouch from 3M, Raquel, who works in the Including project and also was on the advisory board with David on Start Security and is also involved in No Fear. And then we have Professor Reinhard Gerd, who works at the University of Svalbard and is dealing very much with robotics and artificial intelligence. And then we have Gary McManus, who's based here in Ireland, and he's involved with Walton. They look at data science. So these are the people who are behind the drive of the new initiative. Recently, very much so, under DG Home, we came up with something that was issued last November. It said something very important about change, and change is very relevant at this stage. And it reads the following, which is very important. It says, no mechanism yet exists to ensure that standardization is developed in close consultation with key stakeholders, such as policymakers, practitioners at all levels. And this is exactly where the Better Practice Initiative needs, even though it recognized how important CWAs are, it now is saying that it needs another approach to it. And this is where the Better Practice coming in. And that's I thank those in DG Home to recognize the need to do this. And this was produced as issued last November. So that's excellent to see. Likewise, we had an issue with the Better Practice Guide. Is it just related to disaster risk decision crisis management? The answer was no, because we went out and took the question further. I mean, is it just that the CWAs and the pre-standardization related to disaster risk decision? And the answer was no. So we brought it to their energy management, and from there it became very clear, and a interoperability standard pre-standard was developed on the Speedier project. So this is one of the outcomes from a completely different unit rather than DG Home. And then we went to a FATE project, who currently they're trying to work very much so with other projects on developing a set of data sets, and just 9 projects involved. And this is all part of the feasibility we're doing at this stage. So you can see that what I'm trying to get across is it's not specifically dedicated to disaster risk resilience. It's actually gathering much interest in other areas as well. Very briefly, I'll skip through this very quickly. These are the 9 projects in the final, what we call feasibility study undertaking we're doing at the moment, to make sure the Better Practice Initiative is working on a wider scale. And it's complex because we've got now 9 projects working to develop a suite of data sets that kind of works. And that what they're doing is involved in the whole area of post-cancer cancer treatment patients, and they're dealing with AI and federated learning and wearables and big data. So it's a complex project going on, but we want to prove that the Better Practice Initiative works there. We have some examples exist. Under the No Fear, we have the disaster risk resilience, the damage control strategy, and we've got an ecosystem, which I'll explain now. And we put in these as examples that are working, and you can get onto the site here in TFC, and you can download them and see them working, and that's there as well. So the first thing we did in No Fear was we developed an interoperability called Better Practice Guide, where we had 3 projects engaging, and an API was developed via CERIS security.
Tom, sorry for interrupting. Could I please ask you, let's say, to have another 2 minutes, because we need to, let's say. Sure.
I'll go through as quick as possibly can. So
thank you very much.
The CERIS security. The CERIS security Encircle and No Fear, and they're connected together, and they're exchanging knowledge and data. So I think that's there. So that's the first one to be applied. And if you want to know more about it, I set it up there again. And we also have an API there, so you can get onto the YouTube and get details about it. I skipped through all that. The second one there, which is damage control strategy, Better Practice Guide, and this is dealing very much so with the people who are going through are hemorrhaging quite a lot at the beginning of 24 hours. The principles we're working from 7 principles to develop the initiative of Better Practice Guide. We're trying to do due diligence, broad consensus, transparency. We will want total openness, collective empowerment. This is very important. These are the characteristics you can see there: interoperability, scalability, all there in there. We have availability, so making sure it's on there and it's voluntarily. And very quickly, just to move it, because I know I'm being pushed for time, this is where we are. We're going to complete the initiative by the 3rd quarter of 2022. As I say, we're wrapping up feasibility. Then we're going to put the governance and operation structures in place by the end of the year. And then we will launch the event. We launched the initiative in 1st quarter 2023. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom, for this very interesting presentation. May I propose now to have a quick coffee break before we proceed to the next session, which will hold also the Q&A. Only a bit shortened because we are a bit, let's say, behind schedule. Let's say 10-minute break. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Thank you very much. So hello everyone, we are 16 minutes behind the schedule. So I know that the break is needed, but I will need also your understanding in order to finish the next session at 5 o'clock, because we have to empty the room. There are specific rules. So we're definitely eager to hear all the distinguished panelists, the projects that are doing extremely interesting work. So if it is possible to take our cups with coffee or tea or water, and to be back in 5 minutes in the room in order to start. And so I will give a promise to all of you. I will start with a couple of provocative questions, so it will be a good start. Do you agree with this? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we are all back. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you, Grigor.
Now we're all back.
So thank you very much that you all are here with us. Allow me to say a few words only for myself. I'm Katerina Postourli. In daily basis, I work for the International Hellenic University. And the last 6 months, I'm acting as the liaison person for the strategy project. I also participate as a member advisory group in a selected number of Horizon 2020 projects that deliver very important products. So, the two provocative questions in order to start and to give the floor to our distinguished speakers, because they have to say to us and to share with us very important things. Sen-Senelec Guide 25, Sen-Senelec Guide 39. Let's raise hands if we know something about these words. Anyone? Okay, 2 here. There, 1. Okay, perfect. So somehow, I think that this sounds Greek to us, isn't it? It is like the form of our panel here. So we have to hear very important things. And I will start straight away with Mr. Evangelos Dogos and the Cursor project. Evangelos, the floor is yours. Later on, we will hear something that is very relative to Guide 25, Guide 39, or the liaison, or the National Standardization Body, and how these words are connected with the CWAs, the Sen Workshop Agreements, which are products of the standardization system, and not isolated or something separate. So we will give more input to you for this later on. Evangelos, the floor is yours. Thank you that you are here with us.
Thank you for inviting Cursor. In order to present in this session, basically a few things about the CWA that Cursor is developing, and to continue the notes, the observations with respect to standardization work, to offer also some of our findings in terms of challenges, in terms of suggestions, let's say, in order to optimize and to enhance the landscape of standardization. Within Cursor, very quickly, what Cursor it is a project that is developing technologies for search and rescue, basically. It is coordinated by THW, an end user, a user of such technologies, together with 5 more practitioners and a large number of technical partners working on these particular solutions. This is how it looks. We develop different systems to support the work of users when conducting search and rescue missions. So innovative solutions that are brought into the field in order to support search and rescue process and to enhance their situational awareness. Going very quickly to what is the standardization objective, basically, within Cursor. We are developing a CWA on urban search and rescue, and we would like to offer a guideline for the application of a test method for innovative technologies to detect victim in debris. And I'm standing in the word innovative technologies because this is not the case for the technologies that in search and rescue are currently used. So this is natural that there is a gap in the training procedures and in the operational procedures of users when they have to deal with new technologies that they are not familiarized with
and it might be the case that it is difficult for them to include it in their operational context. So what we are trying here, it is very close to what was mentioned by Patricia. It is a CWA that we try to be pushed by technology providers, by the market, also as much as possible by policy makers, so a top-down approach. However, with the support of users to influence or to, let's say, sign off things that are being developed within this CWA. We aspire to finalize this CWA by end of 2022. Is work that has been already started and it is in progress. And let me quickly go to the challenges, what we have identified. It might be the case that this is relevant for other European projects, that we are dealing with limited resources within the funding envelope of the project in order to have supporters within this CWA. So it is sometimes difficult to engage supporters that are outside the consortium. At the same time, the development process of this is short, and in many cases it is with organizations and with partners that they have not worked with before, and it takes time to familiarize and to synchronize as well. Moreover, aligning different ideas to one concept is, well, as you can understand, sometimes challenging, as many opinions exist, and it is important that front runners exist as well within such group. Something else which could be identified as a problematic, let's say, for the development of a large amount of CWAs across the various European projects. There is the need, we think, of a coordinating authority, and good luck to send Technical Group 391, maybe STER for Security project as well, or the follow-up project, because it is important to coordinate the results of them, and we need also, I believe, to have an authority that is able to select what's valid, what needs to be dropped, what needs to continue further, what needs to be adopted. So some sort of giving the signature that this can go forward within the research and development work that is being realized in European Union in general. Also, there is a strong resistance in many cases against the pre-standardization tools like CWAs, because standards are supposed to reflect the state of the art. However, there are a lot of counter-arguments to that, that is faster to have an already existing starting point than to start with a blank page, or the development of the standards has to adapt in the way that technology in many cases progresses very quickly. In some words about the importance, standards ensure the comparability, compatibility, and of course interoperability among the different member states, and I think this is also the spirit in which we are working within the projects. They build trust with customers because they enable to be clear and transparent about what they can expect from you. Just a personal comment here, it is quite important when different solutions are standardized, it is important to have an effort where whenever and wherever these solutions are to be purchased, deployed, or used, they need to refer to such standards. If we have member states that they look for standardized solutions, and if we have member states that they do not look for standardized solutions, or it is not a requirement, in some cases, this is already a gap. Standardization can also work to boost profitability for companies or other organizations. And the co-creation process of standardization always supports open innovation and cross-industry innovation. So what are some lessons that we learned through the process of developing the standard within the CWA within CERIS, the pre-standardization process? That there is a strong need to incentivize supporters to standardization outside the project consortia. It cannot be only the project consortia that push, let's say, these standardization efforts. There is the need to support networks or projects that bring all these CWA efforts together, such as, I don't know, C-Mine, strategy, STER for security. These are initiatives and projects that they are trying to coordinate and inventorize relevant efforts to give guidelines as well. And of course, in collaboration with the technical group 391 on societal and citizen security. Joint CWAs would increase impact and enhance the development process. There are so many CWAs in development currently. And something that has been performed by strategy, and I think it's something quite practical, to test outputs of these CWAs within projects to increase the interoperability of the different solutions. That would be all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Evangelos. If there are some pushing questions, let's address them to Evangelos. But before that, Evangelos, which is the secretariat that facilitate you in the CWA in your project?
It is from Dean, from Germany. It's Saskia Maresh.
Okay. Perfect. It is good to know. For those that didn't hear you, please repeat it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it is an organization that is also a partner of the CERIS consortium, which is DIN from Germany.
Great, thank you. Any pushing questions to Evangelos, please? No. If not, let's proceed in our schedule, and we invite Nicholas Vretos from the Intrepid program. Nicholas, the floor is yours. Thank you very much that you are here with us.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicholas Vretos, and I'm the technical manager of Project Intrepid. Okay, it goes like that. Okay, so first of all, why we need standards? And to be honest, with my background, up until I was involved in Intrepid, standards was a whole different world. Actually, we're talking about technologies. An average technical guy, when you talk to him about standards, he thinks about the motion picture expert group or the well-known MPEG. So this was standards for us. After Intrepid, the whole history of standards changed. And actually, this is what we try to do as well in Intrepid. So few words for Intrepid, and in order to excuse why we envisage the standards like that in this context. So Intrepid platform is a platform that actually we want to build, which is state-of-the-art, easy to deploy, secured, and also user-friendly. So to achieve all that, we need to use widely accepted standards in terms of technology standards, things that can actually help us work in several ways. And then also to avoid as much as possible the use of custom-made technologies, which will make our solutions less exploitable. And then also aim to standardize things that we have developed, which is the most difficult part, or at least arrive at a point that we can provide some technical feasible solutions to the whole DRS community. So, a complicated system. And this is actually the reason we need standards from the technical point of view, from the technological point of view. When you have complicated systems, there are different systems, different developers that need to somehow give us ways to communicate, ways to speak between them. Then, in order to do so, we use them. We also develop them. So, in a complicated system, standardized frameworks are of the essence. A modular system, like Intrepid, where you have different solutions, different agents that need to work together. In the Intrepid system, for example, we have a symbiotic robot where drones and UGVs are working together. So they need somehow to understand each other. And this is happening also through the different standards. But we have also first responders that they need somehow to understand what the drones are doing, what the technology is doing there. So this is why we need them as well in the game, and to provide standards that will actually combine all these efforts. Communication. I think from the technical point of view, communication is the area that has the most standards, because when communication is at stake, we need to provide solutions that things that are actually speaking the different languages will be able to communicate. As you all know that we're working in this project, there is a very big diversity of users. So from police officers to first responders to firefighters, and also to medical experts, from the medical emergency experts. We have a very big diversity of users with very different understanding of the same needs, for example, and so we need somehow to find an approach and to discuss with them in order to define standards. And this is what we're doing in the Intrepid. We are trying, actually. So we have a course-defined approach in order to investigate what is the threshold between information ingestion, actually the way that we can take this information from the users, and then to the practicability that can be guaranteed from the solutions that we develop. And this is very important, and this is where actually Intrepid is right now. We are trying to discuss with them through a template, through different ways that, different communication tools, if you like, that actually provide us with a way to understand what their needs are in terms of standardization protocols in their work, but while using technology. Because these projects are more to develop technologies to assist them. So we need to understand what are their needs, what are their needs in standardization to provide solutions. So we initiate a similar procedure now for the non-technical. We have done this for the technical users, and now we're doing this for the non-technical. It's very difficult, to be honest, and this is one of the main challenges that we trying to resolve, because it's a whole different language. It's very difficult to understand each other. So following the activities taken during pilots and describe the technologies framework used and their standards, we are now there. We want them to talk to us about their standards. So the lesson learned is that each partner, always from the technical point of view, needs to overview on its own technology and see how these technologies actually come and help the users. And this is what we call the CERISification of the standardized technologies, where actually we put the concepts first, the way actually that people will use this technology, and then the monitoring of the standards goes from the technology point of view on the second level. So what we want to achieve in Intrepid, it's how to have a way to communicate the needs for standards from the user to the technical partners. And this is how we believe that we can provide a new way of thinking towards standardization in the DRS. So these are the things that we want to do to urge the non-technical users to monitor the standards, their standards actually, but from a point of view of the technology, to follow a user's activity framework and to try to understand how we can do things better for them in terms of standardization of their procedures, and then find a common ground between the different partners from the different backgrounds. So this is all we're trying to do, a lot of challenges in Intrepid, and right now we are in a good position to be able to go further in this direction. Thank you.
We thank you, Nikolaos. Any question for the Intrepid project before jump to the Ingenious? Okay, maybe later on. Just a kind question to the technicians, colleges. Do you have the connection with the Francine Amon from the assistance project? Yeah? Francine, do you hear us?
Yes, do you hear me?
Okay, perfect, perfect. Just to check, before to proceed to the Ingenious project, a project which is dedicated to the first responder of the future. And the floor is to you, Eleftherios. So, Eleftherios Zounoglou from the Ingenious project.
Thank you very much, Dr. Postourli. Just to follow up your comment, at the beginning, usually we say about Greece that was the cradle of democracy. It seems that it's also the cradle of standardization in DRS projects, looking at the synthesis of the board. So I'm Eleftherios Zounoglou. Probably we have to find a solution here to navigate to the slides. So please give me a minute. I'm Eleftherios Zounoglou from Institute of Communication and Computer Systems, and we do have the honor and the joy to coordinate the Ingenious project, which started back in September 2019. There is some animations in the presentation, so we'll try to be quick. And we had the need also to extend the project till the February 23. With a significant number of end users participating, 6 end users, also specialized SMEs, one specialized partner in legal, privacy and ethical issues, as well as 10 RTOs and universities from 13 countries across Europe. Just briefly about Ingenious. Ingenious will develop, integrate and test, deploy and demonstrate a next generation integrated toolkit for collaborative response. We have always to check about our presentations for having animations that shouldn't be there. 3 pillars. 1 pillar related to smart first responder, wearable devices in their shoots. Solutions for devices in the air and on the ground, speaking about UAV solutions. As well as the 3rd pillar related to multi-fusion expert reasoning, as well as command and control and coordination solutions for common operation picture, as well as mobile applications. Briefly, for example, solutions related to directly to first responders like smart helmets, smart uniform, solutions for K9 units. Really sophisticated and innovative UAV solutions providing positioning, a positioning system, as well as monitoring and detection in indoor areas, as well as I said, solutions for augmenting the common operation picture and applications for first responders, and solutions also for patient victim and collaboration between different teams from different countries. An overall picture of the architecture of the project. I will not lose the time for discussion with this. Also a rich testing and field validation with several integration tests, several small-scale tests involving directly also the end users, but also 2 full-scale exercises with a rich set of use cases to be tested. Now, what about Ingenious and standards? Honestly, in the Ingenious project, there were not clear objectives about standardization, but totally to echo what Nicola said before, while trying also to keep the slide here, that for technical partners, standards could mean something completely different, while for example, for end users of thinking about operational aspects, standards could be something totally different. Having in mind that Ingenious tries to develop solutions, yeah, the focus is mainly on the technical standards, and the reason why is that we are trying to provide solutions that will enable first responder to select different components easily integratable through open standards, through interfaces, and in that way to build a large and complex system, but on the same time to allow them to create either a quick solution, a small solution, a streamlined system, depending also on mission needs and budget. We have identified several categories or areas that are related to collaborative response. This includes even the protective clothing and how you may integrate innovative solutions, localization solutions, navigation system, map standards, UAV related standards, alerting standards, so the field is really broad. The methodology now that we followed, since definitely we had to use some standards in order to speed up the process, come to agreements on the way that we are going to proceed to integrate all these solutions, was actually also to create an inventory of standards used in the project, and also to try to prioritize, to understand better what is the relevance, what are the operational needs that these standards trying to cover, and also the importance for the project. And also to try to identify the relevant standardization bodies or working groups that could actually help and contribute further to these standards, or engineers could contribute to their activities. And towards the end of the project, the goal is to provide some recommendations, to publish some recommendations based on the results from the final implementations and the tabletop exercises and the full-scale exercises, and try to validate the use of these standards that are really mature, but again to validate the importance for developing solutions as the one coming from engineers. Indicative examples, trying to give this picture again. Here you can see a list of really technical standards. We are speaking about even for the regular Wi-Fi that we are using, but if it wasn't the things were maybe really more difficult when it comes to integrating several solutions for exchanging messages or exchanging geolocalized pictures. But also, as I said, related to operational aspects and security and resilience, the well-known activities mentioned also by you, Dr. Posturli. We have identified, I would say, but definitely the several initiatives, including some efforts and CWAs in the strategy project, that there is some gaps related to terminology and some gaps related to the way that the different laboratory tests, the different small-scale tests and full-scale exercises could be implemented in the best possible way. But there's a great opportunity, including the efforts from Kersor project, to also follow and take advantage of the outputs, as well as we have identified how much important is the information management in the context of the indigenous applications, to use a common protocol for communication, to use interoperable standards for information exchange. Actually, by doing this, by selecting this option, definitely projects, including engineers, could gain significant time at the start without having to reinvent the wheel, as we usually say. Just an example, however, a solution developed in Ingenious that is related to victim tracking and triaging, that due to our participation as Institute also to the strategy project, we were able to actually pass these nodes and these developments to the strategy project, and actually initiate one of the CWAs related to requirements for acquiring digital information from victims during search and rescue operations. That the related kickoff meeting has been realized 2 weeks before. As an example, how there would be a transition from research and innovation projects not focusing on standardization to projects focusing on. However, totally to echo what Vangelis said, that we do need a coordinating mechanism in order to support projects that are not focusing so much on standardization, on how they could find the roadmap in order to follow these steps. Thank you very much for the honor of being in this panel.
Thank you very much, Eleftherios. We heard in this room from the very beginning, I mean, from the first session of the standardization workshop, that there are many different ways in order to end up in a consensus document or tool. So some of them already mentioned or highlighted in your speeches. So now, if we have some pushy questions, let's address them to Eleftherios. Yes, please. Your name and affiliation. Thank you very much.
We have one.
Okay, perfect.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sufyan Al-Sous from IOCTR. We are talking and we heard that we have a lot of world standards. The question is, who can make these standards? Number two, who can evaluate these standards? And who can allow these standards to be used? Is there any organization, government or non-government organization, to take care about these standards in CBRN or something related for it? Thank you very much.
So in this case, I think that the chairperson of the Technical Committee 391, Mrs. Patricia Kubart, will be pleased to answer to the question of our colleague there. So, do you have a technical committee or an organization that will be able to involve standards in the area, in the domain of the CBRNE? The microphone, please, to Mrs. Kubart.
Well, yes, there is already one. It's SENSI 391, Working Group 2, CBRNE. It's convened by David Crouch. We have our next meeting on April 6th. And you're very welcome there. We're working on lots of things for the moment. We have recently published CBRNE terminology, which is a complement from ISO EN 223,000, because ISO doesn't address CBRNE, and we need much more integrated standards and to enforce coordination, so we need this terminology. We're working on different items. Along also with GRC, we'll probably move into a primarily work item on a taxonomy on chemical incidents, for instance, which is pretty much needed. We also work on decontamination processes. Well, yes, this is becoming to be a very active working group, and of course, as many experts and good items to standardize we get, the better it is. We are also working on transverse approaches linked to CBRNE processes, because as I understand all your presentations, there are lots of standards, bricks of standardization to develop, including very technical ones. And the very technical ones, the one ensuring interoperability of systems, of sensors, of data, this would not be in my TC. So we are working along with Sector Forum, which is chaired by Perty Walsh, and the other technical committees, the one involved in IT technology, for instance, to identify exactly what it takes, to build this. I used to work for NATO, and these people know a lot about interoperability and the value of that. Well, either you speak about it or you build it. And it's a full-time job for many people to build that and to maintain that. But we have to do this. We have to do this for CBRNE preparedness and response, because we need quicker assessment. We need a common approach. We need to standardize lots of things, either it's processes, management, or technical parts. So we are addressing these things either in my TC or with the other technical committees dealing with security within Sensenelec.
Okay, thank you very much, Patricia. Just to come back to our college, our CERIS college from Georgia, to say that, yeah, sorry. So in a European level, we do have the European Standardization Organization, meaning CEN, Senelec, and ETSI. And so in CEN, there is a relative technical committee, the 391, which Mrs. Patricia Combard is the chairperson, and a specific working group dedicated to the CBRNE issues. Also, as again the chairperson, Mrs. Combard mentioned before, highlighted before, NATO, which is not a civil part of the world, and other organization, they do deal with CBRNE standards. But for the civilian world and in European level, we do have the CEN TC391 and the working group which is dedicated to the CBRNE. So, of course, in the wider standardization world, there are some private sector organizations, but they are active in many other fields, not in this. So if we cover your question, let's give the floor to Mr. Horst Kramer. Yes, please.
Horst Kremers, Berlin, Germany. I take the opportunity of the Eleftherios presentation, which I also appreciate very much because of the frankness of the complicated processes involved, where, at least in your presentation, I feel there is a little bit more management-oriented, result-oriented management topics. Nevertheless, I'm looking for the whole picture. One of the urgent questions for me or outside people certainly would be, what is the time frame you're talking about? The time frame of finishing pre-standardization, the time frame of elaborating the standard, and so on, all that procedures, compared to the general time frame of existing standardization procedures. These may take some months or years. You have the experience. If the pre-standardization already takes 7 years, how long would the standardization and then the implementation take? Now, where is that study? Sorry, because that is absolutely necessary. Are we on the right track? Because in the first session, there was the first contribution by Janice. Janice talked about the practitioner orientation in the whole thing. Now, this is important for citizens. We are expecting results at a certain time. And Giannis also said he looked at results from research and development at the European level. Why not look at results of best practice of the European Union, which is not along the Senelec line? There is a possibility of doing standards besides ISO, DIN, and CEN. Sorry, no, it's just to compare. You see, I'm not criticizing, I'm only talking management question of the whole procedure, where the management would say, well, are there best practice? Why don't you quote best practice from principles of big information systems initiated originally by DG ECHO? Not mentioned? Why? So that is, for me, something which is not clear, and I would be happy if you say how many years, and it was a discussion of the mandatory implementation today. When do you think, if everything is free, the whole thing would be, I'm talking now as a citizen of Europe, I'm paying with my tax money for what is going on there. And as a citizen, I would be happy to have the thing mandatory throughout Europe within 20 years. Everything that takes longer than 20 years would be not in my sense. Please compile the procedures, the time needed in typical standardization procedures. It's not a critic of SEN, but it's realistic. I want realistic numbers.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Before to give the floor to Mrs. Patricia Copart, I have to say that the official road path for the standardization, we all know that it is a little bit time consuming. But during the last years, we had some progress. For example, I mean that the most of us that we are involved in technical committees or in the pre-standardization world, we know that before a couple of years, the Joint Initiative for Standardization was established in order to speed up the process. And now we do have the new European standardization strategy, which is supposed to also to support this speed up of the process. Yes, this is a topic, and the majority of the projects and the people that are involved in the security domains and subdomains, they do want something to produce in a more faster way. So, Mrs. Patricia Copart, you want to say something? So.
Yes, thank you, Horst, for your question. I pretty much agree with lots of what you said, but not with everything, I'm afraid. Of course, standardization is absolutely needed. You say it takes, I don't know, 20 years. It's a long process because you need to know what you're doing and to build consensus. But it's not as long as you mentioned. If you have your pre-standardization well done, it can be very quick, much quicker than you thought. And if you engage the right people, it will be used. And you can make it more than just a standard, but an obligation by using European legislation that can point out you should follow this and this and this standard, and you would still be able to modify the standard where appropriate. So there are means to do that. You know, if you believe that you need a standard, you don't have it, and you comply on, well, it takes years to do that, so I'm not going to do it. Well, you know what? It only means that you're okay. Alors, faster way. So there are fast-track procedures in sense and the like. They don't work. So what we need to do is to do the right thing with the right people. Get your ideas straight. If you end up with a result that works for everyone and that everybody has been engaged in, oh, well, this is going to be game changer. You see, it's the whole purpose. And it doesn't necessarily take a lot of time. By the way, there's something that I really have to say. It's, hey guys, if you want standards, where are you? Why are you not in the standardization buddies, in the working groups? Why do you keep on developing other things? Why do you, it's not specifically you, but I see, you know, loads of human resources and money spent on CWAs. 99% of them are going to stay on a shelf. 100%, you know, lots of them, MITC almost doesn't take any, you know. So CWs are not standards. If you want to develop standards, go to standardization buddies. Oh, and please don't go to NSB's stuff. Go to technical committees, working groups, experts, the people who are your colleagues involved in your business, but who also have skills to actually develop standards.
Patricia, thank you. The time is running behind us, and we have
come
presentations.
there with your ideas.
Thank you very much.
But
it is good to give all the clarifications to our colleges, and again to say that the CWA is a fast-track standardization deliverable, which is very helpful to all the Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Consortia. We do have the exceptional examples here, not only in the strategy project, and also in the STER for Security project, where more than 5 national standardization bodies supported the STER for Security. If I remember well, it was SENS, SENELEC, ACID, DIN, AFNOR, SIS, but this is not the point. Let's proceed because we are remain back. We don't have time, and I will give the floor to the distinguished panelists, Spirit and Kingios, in order to hear their achievements in the Aqua 3S project. Spiros, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Spiros Kingios. I'm working for CERT, and I'm going to present you another view from inside to outside. How did we deal with standardization in Aqua 3S project? So, the content of the presentation. I highlighted, let's say, that this project is actually by design dedicated to pre-standardization, to standardization actually. So we had to interconnect the safety and security-related networks of sensors that are deploying among water supply and distribution networks for drinking water. This was our job, and we're about to finish next September probably, or December. So where and how we concluded. We tried, in this endeavor, we tried to identify the current and the relevant standards that, that are applying to our work. We assess, of course, the water security definition, and we exploit all the results from relevant EU projects. We tried to find out what were the gaps that we had to fill up and standardize the procedure to fill them. And of course, we had to draft a CWA. That's what we are doing right now. And to organize some workshops to present our job. In this road, we had some challenges, and the most, let's say, significant challenges were that we didn't have the synchronized interaction with the working groups, because the project started in a specific date, and the work of the working groups, the technical committees, whatever, it's in a different field, or probably it wasn't always available. It's understandable, and it happens all the time. The second main challenge was that there was a great diversity in the market, meaning everybody was considering his solution, his sensors, his procedures as the main, as the high-end solution, and let's say we were always trying to grasp the high-level information in order to be more generic and to produce a standard, and not to spotlight a specific solution. And of course, the most significant challenge was that everybody that was developing something, they didn't want to put it under a specific, let's say, a specific title. They wanted to keep their unique handwrite on their solution. So it is hard to persuade, especially people that they are trying to innovate, they are trying to build something new, that they should be complied with a standard because they think that they didn't build something new, they just rewrote something that it was old. The lessons learned that we had during this work was that we have to establish a dialogue with 10 groups from the very early beginning, for kickoff, from the day one, from kickoff meeting. We should invite them from the very first day in such projects, almost in all projects, the relevant stakeholders, the relevant 10 groups. Of course, we had to develop communication between all the stakeholders and especially the developers and the end users. These are the people, these are the communities that they will provide us the insight, what they need and what is the road to pave until the solution come. The most significant point that we understand what we are about to do was the first prototype. When we built up a first prototype of the system, it was the exact point that we understand how many gaps there are in the solution and how we should evolve more people, more communities to help us and fill the gaps. And of course, there was a challenging communication for the solution because this is the market, these are people, these are the experts, and of course the practitioners that they want something that it work from yesterday, not tomorrow. To reach a common ground, you have to develop the familiarization of different people in different domains. So the developers should be familiarized with the problem that the users provide them, the practitioners, the people from the field provide the overview, but also the details that they have to resolve. And the other way back from users to understand what the developers can do and how they will do it. Of course, a main obstacle in this, let's say, endeavor was that we had to buy standards. And every time that we were buying a standard, we didn't know if it was suitable for what we were looking for. So we need access to pick up what we like, to review and pick up what we like. Otherwise, we're going to spend the whole budget to buy standards that it could be useful, but it could be not. I'm not criticizing standards. I'm, let's say, trying to find a way to pick up, to filter what standards are good for me and what to drop out them, not to pay for all of them. How we are going to proceed? We are going to have this experience with us, with the members of the team, with the members of the consortium for future projects. We will try to make all these challenges, all this experience worth the effort, worth the months that we spend trying to make a CWA or to reach at least a common ground with other people. And of course, a great leverage for the next projects or the existing projects is that we have at least an open channel, an open dialogue with a community of standards, standardization. Some videos of what Aqua 3S is. I didn't want to put it in here. I think that time is pressing, so I'll just leave it in the presentation and you can check what was the road that we paved. Thank you.
Thank you, Spiros. Thank you very much. So, is there any pushing question for Spiros or to proceed? Okay, let's proceed. Now we will hear Tassos Dimo and Faster Project. which addresses the challenges associated with the protection of first responders in hazardous environments, while at the same time enhancing their capabilities in terms of situational awareness and communication. Tassos, the floor is yours.
Somehow I see that my presentation is missing actually from this series. I see the assistance presentation.
Could you please check it?
I provided it yesterday to John in a stick.
And again,
So
we provided
can we go on with assistance and then I can give the presentation
Yeah,
again?
if it is possible to check, please. Thank you very much. Francine, is it possible to take the floor, please?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, Assistance Project and Francine Amon is with us in order to make us aware about novel situational awareness platform. Francine, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, but my presentation isn't there.
Yeah, let's
Here I am. Hi.
Let's make an effort.
Should I share my screen then?
Yes, please, in order to gain some time.
Can you see it?
Not yet, but let's wait a little bit. Any news from our technicians, please, in order to facilitate Francine and to deliver her speech? Okay, now we see
Now
your
you see it.
presentation. Great, thank you.
Excellent, great. Okay, so I am going to talk about the Assistance Project, which is developing a situational awareness platform that has various modules attached to it so that you can mix and match them to meet the needs of various first responder organizations that are firefighters, police, and emergency medical people. And the, come on, one sec. Okay, the purpose or the main focus of the project is to develop new technology for situational awareness. So standardization is really kind of a minor part of it. It's a task within the exploitation and dissemination work package. We don't have a formal deliverable only for this task. And the purpose is to support exploitation of the key results of the project, the CERIS. So here's a list of the 9 key exploitable results, or CERIS, for the project. And what we've done, this project started in 2019 and will end in July. And what we've done is collect as much information as possible about the partners in the project and their level of knowledge and what they might expect regarding standards. We have primarily tech partners who are providing the technology for the situational awareness platform, and then we have practitioners. And interestingly, the practitioners had a much higher level of experience and knowledge about standards than the tech partners. So in a way, it was like the first person who spoke, you know, who's like very, very focused on just the technology that they're developing. That's true too for this project. So that was interesting. So what we did last November was to have a workshop so that we could get everybody's knowledge level up to a certain, you know, standard, so to speak, and educate them so that we can all speak the same language when we're talking about standards. And then we asked them for their needs and tried to find out about available resources. And I've been looking at existing standards and pre-standardization activities for each of the CERIS that I showed you in the previous slide, and then sharing that information with each of the CER owners. The challenges for me personally have been to become familiar with the way standards are for first responders are developed in Europe, because I'm American, so you know I have experience in the US, but not here when it comes to that. So that was a learning curve. The other thing is motivating the partners to get involved. There were a few partners who are interested in standards work. You know, we were able to educate them to the benefits of doing standards work, especially if they are developing technology that has interoperability issues and communication issues and things like that. So it's really in their, you know, their benefit to get involved. And some of them saw that, most of them didn't. There is an issue, as mentioned before, about the time scales between projects and standards development, and I understand that it's getting better, but it's still something that has to be dealt with. It is a challenge. And then another thing that I was a little surprised by is the resources from previous EU projects are not always available when it comes to standardization stuff. And that was surprising. Some projects are fine. There's like all kinds of documentation and everything's great. And some are just not, you know, it's just not there. So that was a letdown. Did this whole thing go as expected? Well, I was hoping for more enthusiasm from the partners. We did discover 2 opportunities to work on CWAs with other projects. One of them was strategy, and the other is Aqua 3S. And unfortunately, the partner in assistance who was interested in the CWA with Aqua 3S, the person there quit working for the partner and is gone, and nobody from that partner wants to work on it. So it's gone away, which is too bad. So the bottom line here is that it could have been better. Things that worked, I attended a IliaNet workshop last June, and it was great. It was just great. I learned so much. I figured out, you know, what the standards landscape is, and, you know, it was really great. I also have developed contacts within other DRS projects and other standards work resources through the IliaNet workshop. And also the communication within our cluster has been good on this. So what is missing? Well, as I mentioned before, links to finished projects in some cases are missing. Also, it's very, very difficult to identify resources that you can use to do standards work for first responders. So what would really be great would be to have a high-profile connection between European projects, their results, and the standards body. And I hope that the Standards Forum for Security will fill this gap, because it's needed. Something needs to happen there. What would I do differently? I would start much earlier, and I'd be much more serious about it. What is the way forward? I have some suggestions. One is to have some kind of forum, maybe SFSec, I'm not sure, or some kind of forum where we can advertise our pre-normative standardization efforts so that we can help each other. It just raises the quality of everything if you've got more people and more point of views contributing to the work. And then also having some way of making standardization results available to other projects. This way the EU doesn't have to pay people to do the same work over and over again. You know, it's a waste. It's not efficient. And then one could consider requiring projects to share their efforts in some way as part of the call text. So, you know, just some thoughts. As far as the assistance project goes, we identified 5 standards bodies that are working in areas that apply to 3 or more of the CERIS, key exploitable results. And they're active. There's a lot of stuff going on. So there's a lot of opportunity there to get involved. And the last slide here is where does assistance fit? How can we contribute to standards work? Well, we're doing work with interoperability. It's important to the project. So is communication between different first responder organizations and also between different countries and such as that. And then developing situational awareness technology. So those three areas are areas where we can contribute if the opportunities exist. So here's a call out. You know, do you need contributions from a project like assistance? If you do, you can contact me at this phone number or email address, and I'd be really happy to talk to you. So that's it. Thank you. I'm done. Shall I stop sharing?
Great. Thank you, Francine. Thank you for sharing with us your thoughts and suggestions are very valuable. But let's proceed to faster and Tassos Dimou presentation because we are run behind the time. And then if we have a couple of minutes to address some questions. So Tassos, the floor is yours now. I think that we solved the technical problem.
Okay, hello for a second time. I'm Tassos Dimou. I'm coordinating the FASTER project for CERT ITI from Greece. FASTER project is creating a toolkit of tools across a very wide range of applications. We're talking about unmanned vehicles, about communication, about situational awareness, augmented reality. So there was a very big diversity of tools from the beginning. So connecting all these tools and in order to start forming a system, a framework that can work all together, standards become a part of our work, even though it was not the focus of the project from the beginning. So what have been the drivers for us to work with standards? It was usability, so trying to use standards in order to create user interfaces and to create more ergonomic tools for first responders. Of course, the interoperability, so standardizing input and output to our tools so that we can enhance the way that they work and their compatibility. And this was an important thing because in the course of the project, we understood that by having our tools speaking together in a proper way would give additional value to each one of the tools, and it allowed us to increase functionality beyond what has been drafted in the proposal stage. We have compliance is a very big objective because if we are not compliant with what is out there, then your exploitation capabilities, they are significantly diminished. And also sustainability, because when you are using standards to build your tools, this allows you to update easier. You have more rapid updates. You have more faster maintenance procedures. So what were the challenges in those activities that we have? Well, first of all was the time to determine what kind of standards we need and what needed to be standardized. Because as a research project, because we are answering to a call that's a research innovation action, it takes some time from the proposal stage to reach a prototype, as it was already mentioned, and this already is a very good step from which you can better understand your needs. But this usually it needs one development cycle which could be 1.5 years and for a 3-year project. And this is already kind of late to start with pre-standardization or standardization activities. Then it is also which standards to follow, which is not only the tools themselves, but also to try to align the needs and the requirements of the consortium. We have needs from our users, which they may use different standards, or they want something that is different from partner to partner. But also there is a misalignment a lot of times between companies that are working in the consortium, and maybe they use something different. I mean, this could be, in our case, this was as simple as deciding our login process, what standards will be used for that. Another challenge that we faced is to motivate all the partners to participate, and this has been already mentioned, and it's quite true. And I think that it's especially true for research and innovation actions. Maybe for innovation actions it's a bit better, because we have two different behaviors, let's say. We have research partners and academia partners, maybe even more, that they are not feeling mature enough, that they feel that their solutions are not mature enough to launch such an activity, and they are reluctant to do that. And on the other hand, we have users that they are not convinced that what you are, that they can use in a short period what you are building, and this will also be a barrier for them to start contributing more actively towards those activities. And finally, this has also been mentioned, there is significant effort that is needed to draft and to maintain a standard. And this is something that is not provided by the partners if this is not in the grant agreement. So usually what we are facing is that if it's not in the GA, then we don't do it. So what are our lessons that we have learned? I'm stating here the COVID way because this has also revealed a lot of ways that standardization can help us. For sure, the standardization procedure is something that should be defined in the GA. It should be defined in the proposal stage, and it should have explicit effort for all the relevant partners. Because if partners don't have effort, then they will not work for that. You would rely just on some people that are more sensitive, they are more eager to work towards this. This exactly the example that was heard before from assistants. Second point is that that standardization must be adopted in tool development and validation. I mentioned all the types of motivations, all the motivation that we had in the project, but this should be in the mindset of the people that are drafting the proposals already. One thing that we faced is actually training activities. It's a problem, a challenge that we faced is training activities in the COVID period. So Faster managed to actually perform all the pilots that were drafted in the proposal. Even though all of them were in this COVID period, and with a big participation. One of the last pilots that was in Torino in early this year. We have a participation of more than 150 people in the pilot. But this activity, the fact that we had to design its activity, it took us quite a lot of time. And if there was a standard which we would follow and a standard procedure that we would follow, this would save us quite a lot of time, both in piloting and evaluation activities. And also before them, there was a lot of online training for the first responders to do the pilot themselves, because not all the technical partners could travel, and this also involved quite a lot of time in order to formulate a procedure that will work for us and it will make our life easier. I think that it's essential that we have specific activities on standardization of those stages of the proposal. Finally, I agree with what Vangelis said earlier, that in order to proceed in standardization activities, the consortium, just one consortium is not enough. This is something that should be done more collectively, maybe in a cluster level, or I don't know if an authority can facilitate this procedure on top of the project. This is something that we can discuss, and of course, standardization can be technology-wise and procedural-wise. What we try to do from our side, even though we don't have specific pre-standardization activities, personally, I'm participating in the activities of CERIS, trying to give to them an additional view and some additional experience in drafting their activity. And I think that this is something that should be extended.
Great.
Thank you very much.
We thank you very much. Just the last question, if there is from the audience to address in order to complete our session. It is 5 o'clock. We don't have time in order to let's say, to deliver our conclusions, but there is a presentation with our conclusions and will be shared to all of you. In this presentation, there are a lot of links in order to be informed for many things related to guidelines of the CEN, CENELEC, and the liaison role between the Horizon 2020 consortia and to the technical committees of CEN, CENELEC, and ISO. By myself, I would like to thank the co-chairing project, Strategy and Resist, for giving me the opportunity to facilitate this amazing panel. And definitely we will ask next time from the co-organized stakeholders to have a little time more, and maybe in a scene of roundtable to have the opportunity to interact also each other and to exchange valuable information and experience. So there is a room for one last question, because I saw the one hand raised there. Yes, please, your name and affiliation. Thank you very much.
My name is Pertti Voic, and I'm addressing you now as chairman of
the microphone, please, to Mr.
So my name is Pertti Voic. I come from Finland. And I'm addressing this meeting now as the chairman of the CEN and CENELEC Sector Forum on Security, which is a body of the European Standards Organization, CEN and CENELEC, which coordinates the security-related standardization in Europe. So thank you very much for the good presentations today. I was coordinating a project called Resistant a few years ago, and we found very similar. We were researching why it is so difficult to get standardization up and running, and very similar problems came up with in our research as what you have told today. But I hope there is some changes to the better are happening. And now I'm not talking about projects like strategy and Steer for Security, which are all about standardization, but projects which actually where standardization is a minor part, as Francine said in her presentation. It is difficult. It surely is difficult, and there is probably not enough information about standardization. There are no guidance in the documentation of the Commission and so on. I'm going to bring to your attention a new document, which was a policy that was published by the Commission in February this year, so about a month ago, and it's called the New Strategy on Standardization. And I think it's mainly drafted by DG GROW, which is responsible for standardization in general in the Commission. And that's quite an interesting document. There are several parts, but I will now only say a few words about part 5, which is about the cooperation between standardization and EU-funded projects. The Commission has actually identified the similar problems as the projects that have presented today, and they have in this new strategy, they are proposing some new ideas, and I'll just bring you one which is important. They are going to produce a kind of booster for standardization, and the basic idea there is, which I fully share, that the research projects would start the cooperation with the standardization bodies not at the end of the project when they have results ready, but maybe even in the proposal phase to see what kind of standardization bodies there are, what could be the organizations I should contact, and start the discussions already in advance and latest when the project starts. So, and the idea would be, of course, not only to say how can we do a fast CWA and then we have fulfilled the requirements of the Commission, but to think to propose to the standardization body, hey guys, we are starting a project, we have good researchers, we are funded by the Commission expects us to do standardization work. Let's decide together, what can we do? What can we do such that helps the project and which bridges the results of the project, be they then technology or services or whatever, with the plans and strategies of the standardization bodies. And then together work during the project. It's not really necessary always to produce a CWA or even not to initiate a new standard, but I'm absolutely sure, and I think that Patricia can confirm this, the standardization technical committees, they don't really have paid people. One secretary maybe, and all the rest are working on a voluntary basis. So that means that they don't have resources for research. And now if there is a research project that comes to the bodies and say, hey, let's do this together, we are doing some research, what aspects would you like us to take into account? Which could help you, that they would clap their hands and say, yes, sure, let's do it. And that would be much more useful in many cases than to produce just one pre-standardization document. So I think, I suggest you read it. You find it on the Commission website. It's called the EU Strategy on Standardization from February 2022. Read it, at least part 5. It's really interesting reading. So this means that the situation is not as bad as it could sound based on your experiences, and that there will be there is hope in the future, so to say. I can only for the Sector Forum on Security say that we are in the standardization world, we are very, very keen to work together with the projects to unite the forces of standardization organizations and the projects, and as the third pillar, the Commission, various DGs there. And especially, I'm looking very much for a good cooperation between the Sector Forum and CERIS, which we already have started and discussed with.
Thank you,
with
Bertie.
Philip. So I'm finishing here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Again, thank you, the co-chairing project, Strategy and Resist, for this opportunity. Thank you, the distinguished panelists, the speakers from the first part of the standardization session, all the people that attend remotely, all of you, the distinguished members of the CERIS community. Thank you, thank the European Commission for this opportunity. And yes, next time we will need more time in order to interact among us and with the people that attend remotely. Thank you very much all. You are wonderful. And you will find all the link also in the presentation, which is the sum up. Also the link for the EU new standardization strategy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Be safe and inspired. Yeah.